my gosh, guys. I swear, I am not hacking. This is wild.
These are the top 20 funniest fake Minecraft speedruns. This first speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a shipwreck, where he's in survival mode with 0 XP, he's selecting the first slot of his inventory, and he's facing completely straight. But as the speedrunner makes his way to the nearby shipwreck, he accidentally reveals he's cheating. Because when the runner opens his menu to change his controls, notice how this sheep in the background is still moving. In a real single player speedrun, opening your menu will cause all in-game activity to pause. However, when playing on a server, mobs and other creatures will still move even when you've opened your menu. This moving sheep proves the speedrunner is playing on a multiplayer world, something clearly not allowed and will make more sense in a few seconds. So the runner makes their way to the nearby shipwreck, and at a first glance, things appear to be pretty legit, as the first 2 chests that he loots contain completely normal items that would spawn here. But when the runner goes to loot the 3rd chest, there's one slight issue. In a real shipwreck, this chest will always spawn on the left side of this wall. But in this speedrun, we can see this chest is located on the right. And while the loot inside the chest may appear to be normal, it's actually impossible for an iron bucket to spawn here. These 2 issues prove this chest was placed by somebody off camera. And when the speedrunner looks to the right, you've got to be kidding me. There is no way he thinks we can't see him. It's pretty obvious this player trying to blend in with the ocean is the one who placed the chest here. And now it's obvious why the runner is on a multiplayer world. So the run continues with the speedrunner returning to shore, crafting a few more tools, and locating a nearby village. And at a first glance, this village would appear to be completely normal, as the runner starts collecting some beds, gathering some hay, and even kills the iron golem, all completely legit. But that's until you take a look at this specific village house, which is clearly a house from a plains village, not a savannah village. And when the speedrunner goes to loot the chest in this misplaced village house, he of course finds some pretty overpowered items. Now you're probably wondering how this strange village house even got here, as we clearly never saw the speedrunner build it. Well, if you take a closer look at this villager, you can actually see it's not a villager at all, but a player wearing a villager skin. This is clearly the same friend we saw earlier in the run, and he's likely the one who built the wrong village house. So the runner grabs his items from the chest, leaves the village, and starts to search for a nearby ruins portal. And without using any speedrun techniques, the speedrunner seems to think a ruins portal is under this very block. Okay, that's literally impossible. There's no way it's actually under here. Oh my gosh. Now, before you think this speedrunner is some sort of genius, let's rewind the footage to see what really happened. If you take a closer look at this part of the clip, you'll actually notice that these 2 items in his inventory switch places. And if we slow down the footage frame by frame, there's a single frame where we can see the speedrunner changing their game mode to spectator. It's pretty obvious the runner used spectator mode to look underground for a ruins portal and tried cutting his video so we wouldn't be able to see. So the runner digs down, locates the ruined portal, and begins to loot this ruined portal chest, where thankfully all the items that spawn here are completely normal. But the runner only gets 2 obsidian from the chest, meaning he's gonna be just 1 block short of completing the portal. But if we play the footage, the runner somehow is able to place 3 blocks of obsidian and complete the portal. But hold on, that's literally impossible. We clearly saw he only had 2 in his inventory. Well, when the speedrunner turns around for just a split second, you can actually see another player holding a block of obsidian in the corner. This is clearly the same player we've seen throughout the run, and he clearly placed that extra piece of obsidian to help out the runner. So, after receiving some help from his friend, the runner lights the portal and makes his way into the nether, where he spawns directly in front of a fortress. And while that may appear to be simply luck, this spawn is actually completely fake. Because look at this lava right next to the fortress. fortress. You can clearly see that it's already flowed all the way down to the surface of the nether. The problem is, lava can't start flowing until a runner spawns into the nether. And if we take a closer look at the speedrunner spawn, there's actually a single frame where we can see the runner spawned in a completely different location. It's pretty obvious the runner didn't spawn in front of the fortress, but cut his video to make it seem like he did to gain an advantage. So the runner enters the fortress, but there's just one slight issue. He doesn't have a fire resistance potion anywhere in his inventory, which will make it incredibly hard for him to fight blazes. Well, the runner turns this corner in the fortress and magically acquires a fire resistance effect. But if we rewind the footage to just a few seconds ago, we can actually spot his friend holding a fire resistance potion, clearly ready to throw it as the speedrunner passes by. They're so bad at hiding their cheating. So, with the fire resistance effect, it's incredibly easy for the speedrunner to fight blazes. But I guess it's taking just a little too long, because out of the blue comes his friend, dropping him a gun? Well, that all happens quite quickly. So, after destroying an entire family of blazes, the runner collects his 7 rods and leaves the fortress. Now, a normal speedrunner would then make their way to a bastion to collect ender pearls, a crucial item in crafting Eye's vendor. But this speedrunner decides to ignore a bastion and instead go back to his nether portal, heading straight back to the overworld. This will make more sense in a few seconds. So, the runner spawns back into the overworld and starts to run in a completely random direction until he stumbles across a bastion in the overworld? How is that even possible? Well, the runner enters the overworld's bastion, but there's literally 0 piglins, likely due to the fact that piglins can't survive in the overworld. Well, I must have misspoken because the runner does find 1 single piglin, but it doesn't take a genius to realize this isn't actually a piglin, but the same exact friend we've seen throughout the run wearing a piglin skin. And if you weren't already convinced, this quote-unquote piglin drops the speedrunner an entire stack of ender pearls. So, after collecting pearls from the so-called piglin, the runner locates the stronghold and begins to search for the end portal room, which he seems to locate extremely quickly. Very bizarre considering he didn't use any techniques for locating the room like a real speedrunner would. Well, rewind the footage to when the speedrunner first entered the stronghold. Notice how some doors contain this strange block on top while other doors don't. Well, this strange block is actually mossy cobblestone, a block that can't spawn naturally in a stronghold. And if you watch the footage, you'll notice the runner only goes through doors with this piece of mossy cobblestone on top. It's pretty obvious the runner placed these blocks himself to remind him of the correct path to the end portal room. So the runner enters the end portal room, lights the portal, and spawns into the end. And thankfully, everything appears to be completely normal at a first glance. The dragon is at full health, he's still in survival mode, and he doesn't have any strange items in his inventory. But when the runner goes to the surface, he finds the dirt ender dragon. Did I miss an update? Dude, this is literally the goofiest ender dragon I've ever seen. Well, being a dirt ender dragon, the speedrunner only has to pull out a single wooden pickaxe, and he's easily able to destroy the dirt dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a village. But right away, the speedrunner has already exposed himself for cheating. Because watch, the speedrunner clearly starts moving and running towards this tree, but look, the timer hasn't even started yet. And it's not until after the runner has literally crafted multiple wooden tools before he finally decides to start the timer, which he then claims he simply forgot to do in the chat. But let's give the runner the benefit of the doubt, assuming this was an honest mistake, and the speedrun continues with the runner quickly entering the village and looking for the iron golem. But hold on a second, as the speedrunner is literally attacking the iron golem, let's take a look at his timer now. It started to count in reverse? How is that even possible? And if things couldn't get any funnier, after the speedrunner kills the golem and collects his iron, the timer completely disappears. And the speedrunner explains that his timer apparently has broken, and he's gonna track the time on his own. Sure, we're going to trust a guy who literally had his timer counting backwards to accurately record how fast his speedrun was. Well, after the fiasco with this timer, the speedrun continues with the runner collecting a few beds, looting some chests, and using the iron ingots he got from the golem to craft a bucket and search for a lava pool. And the speedrunner actually finds one just a few blocks away from the village, which is very helpful, as using an iron bucket and a pool of lava is a very common way to make a nether portal. But wait a second, am I the only one who thinks this lava pool is incredibly suspicious? I mean, look, there are multiple places where lava is just glitching in mid-air. Not to mention, despite the lava touching grass, none of it is burning whatsoever. Well, I almost let this speedrunner get away with it, assuming this lava pool was simply just glitching. But just a few seconds later, the speedrunner accidentally opens his chat, which reveals he used some sort of command to manually place in certain blocks, and those certain blocks were clearly the blocks that make up this lava pool. And this was clearly to make sure he could find a lava pool quickly and therefore gain an advantage. But this guy needs to learn how to clear his chat because I just caught him cheating in 4K. So, the speedrunner uses this completely fake lava pool to quickly build another portal. But there's just one slight issue, because the runner doesn't have a single flint steel in his inventory, and therefore has no way to light the portal. Well, that's when this happens. What? Out from the sky drops some sort of custom Minecraft item. And when the runner picks it up, he reveals he has found the Nether Zippo? Was this item added in Minecraft's newest update? Well, of course. The runner grabs the Nether Zippo, and when he swings it, oh my gosh. Despite the runner being nowhere near the Nether portal, one swing of this crazy weapon somehow has the power to light it. How is that possible? So, the runner quickly enters the Nether portal he just lit without flint and steel, where he then successfully spawns into the Nether. And while I can give him credit for getting the achievement in the bottom left corner of the screen, there's one thing about this runner spawn that was very suspicious. And did you see it? Well, first off, in a real Minecraft speedrun, notice how long it takes for all the blocks to load on the screen, which is normal, as it takes a few seconds to render in all of the chunks. But in this speedrun, notice how when the runner spawns in, every single block in the Nether has already loaded in. And the only possible explanation for blocks loading that quickly is if the runner has already been in the Nether. And not only is that not allowed, but it also means this achievement in the bottom left corner is completely fake and was only there to hide his cheating. So, when the runner locates a fortress less than 30 seconds later, it's pretty obvious the reason the runner had already been in the Nether was to ensure he knew the location of this structure. So, the runner enters the fortress, where his first order of business is finding some loot in a fortress chest. But the speedrunner acts incredibly strange during this part of the run, because despite him locating a total of 4 fortress chests, he only seems to be interested in one of them, which makes 0 sense, as opening more fortress chests obviously means you're gonna collect more loot. Well, let's take a look at the one fortress chest he does seem to be interested in. Do you notice the one tiny detail which actually separates it from the 3 other chests? Well, if you zoom in and look incredibly closely, you'll actually notice these strange gray pixels on parts of the chests, while the other 3 fortress chests do not contain this difference. And this makes me think that the runner has somehow marked out this specific fortress chest for some odd reason. But why in the world is this random fortress chest so important? Well, the speedrunner goes to open it. What? The runner finds this crazy absurd looking weapon that is literally called the Blaze Banisher Blade of burning. And of course, this weapon has the power to kill every single blaze with one swing. And also somehow causes every blaze to drop 2 blaze rods instead of 1, which is double the amount a normal Minecraft blaze drops. So it's pretty obvious the reason the runner marked out this specific fortress chest is he somehow knew this insanely overpowered item was hidden inside. So, after collecting 10 blaze rods in the blink of an eye, the speedrunner makes his way out of the fortress and starts to look for a bastion. But I think I spoke too soon, because the runner doesn't actually look for a bastion, and instead starts to head back towards his original nether portal, which is very weird, as the speedrunner needs to locate a bastion to get ender pearls, a crucial item in crafting Eyes of Ender, and therefore completing the speedrun. Well, this speedrunner doesn't seem to care, because he enters his original nether portal, spawns into the overworld, and starts to run in what seems to be a very specific direction. And after he stops running, he's clearly interested in digging down at this exact block. But first off, how could digging straight down possibly help the runner? He doesn't even have any ender pearls to complete the speedrun. But secondly, what made the runner want to dig down at this specific block, when he literally could have chose thousands of other blocks to dig down at? Well, if we rewind the footage and pause it at this frame, we could actually see exactly why the runner dug down at this block. Because high up in the sky, you can see a single piece of white stained glass. And not only was this clearly placed by the runner off camera, but this block was clearly a marker to help the speedrunner know exactly where to dig down at. But again, why does he need to dig down in the first place? Well, the speedrunner must have some reason for doing this, and just a couple of seconds later, wait a second, did the runner locate a bastion? Oh my gosh, the runner has just landed into a bastion, while he's literally in the overworld? And I'm sorry, but how in the world is this happening? It's impossible for a bastion to spawn in any other dimension besides the nether, and this now pieces everything together, as it's now obvious why the runner left the nether without getting ender pearls, and why he needed to dig down at this exact block. This guy can't stop cheating. Well, the runner enters the bastion he's somehow found underground in the overworld, where he quickly collects gold blocks and turns them into ingots. But I think the runner made a mistake, because it's impossible for piglins to survive in the overworld. Look, any piglin in this dimension starts to shake and then turns into a zombified piglin. And this is a problem, as the runner needs piglins to be able to trade with them and collect ender pearls. Well, I spoke too soon, because the speedrunner turns around and what? Somehow not only finds piglins who are surviving in the overworld, but more piglins than I've ever seen in a singular bastion. And there is so many piglins that after only 15 seconds of trading, the speedrunner has already managed to collect an entire stack of ender pearls. How in the world are these piglins surviving in the overworld? Well, with 16 ender pearls in his inventory, along with 10 blaze rods he got from the nether, the speedrunner has everything he needs to locate a stronghold. And after building back up to the surface and crafting his Eyes of Ender, you're probably expecting the runner to use triangulation to locate this structure. But that's when he starts explaining in chat that he will specifically not be using triangulation at any point in the speedrun. So how in the world is the runner supposed to find the stronghold? Well, the runner opens his chat once again, where he starts typing in a very strange command, which ends up being /observe_strongholds_location. And first off, I'm pretty confident this isn't even a real Minecraft command, because after testing it in my own world, it's more than obvious nothing even happened. But secondly, immediately after typing in this command, the speedrunner randomly adds a keyboard cam into the speedrun, which he then explains will be the quote-unquote proof that this command actually works. I I'm so confused. Well, just a few seconds later, oh my gosh. The speedrunner's character starts to move in a very weird and robotic way. Look at how unnatural this speedrunner's movement look and appear. It looks as though his character is being controlled by a bot. And at the same time, we know the runner isn't the one doing this because his hands are nowhere near his keyboard. So, is a robot actually controlling this speedrunner's movements? Well, the speedrunner's character starts to dig down at this specific location. Well, again, his hands are nowhere near the keyboard or mouse. So does that mean that this custom command can move the character on his own? Anyway, just a few seconds later, the speedrunner drops down straight into the stronghold. While the runner's hands aren't even on camera, and this proves that the command /observe_stronghold_location somehow takes control of your character and directs it straight to the nearest strongholds. And can someone please help me understand how that's possible? Well, the runner finally takes back control of his character, where he loots a few stronghold chests and uses his eyes of Ender to locate the end portal room. But do you notice what is very strange about this specific end portal room? No, it's not the silverfish spawner, as it's clearly there with silverfish spawning. And it's not the portal itself, as it has 12 frames and the standard of 2 eyes inside. But it's actually the fact that there's literally a door hiding behind these iron bars. And first off, it's more than obvious a door doesn't spawn naturally in this location. But secondly, how in the world could this possibly help the speedrunner? Well, of course, the runner wants to investigate this strange and out-of-place door, especially since he somehow only has 7 eyes of Ender, meaning he doesn't even have enough to light the end portal. Well, he heads towards this door, and when he opens it, he finds a strange passageway. And just a few seconds later, oh my gosh, this passageway leads the runner directly into the end. And not only is this passageway clearly fake and not something that spawns in vanilla Minecraft, but how did it manage to teleport the runner into the end despite him never going through a single portal? Well, the runner somehow finds himself in the end, where I guess I can give him some credit, as the Ender Dragon clearly has a full bar of health, and all of the crystals are clearly still intact. But I spoke way too soon, because when the runner goes to the surface, oh my gosh, the speedrunner finds a giant ring of trapdoors which circle the end gateway portal. And of course, when the runner opens one and jumps inside, he finds one of the most insane loot rooms I've ever seen, because the floor of this secret bunker is made entirely of chests, and the speedrunner only needs to open one chest before he's managed to get an entire set of netherite armor, along with a netherite sword that has some sort of enchantment on it. And this sword must have the world's craziest enchantment, because despite every single end crystal still being in place, he uses this weapon to one-shot the Ender Dragon. This next speedrun begins, and what? The runner spawns next to a desert temple that is somehow located in a plains biome, which last time I checked is impossible, as desert pyramids only spawn naturally inside desert biomes. But let's give the runner the benefit of the doubt, as this could simply be a generation glitch. And the rest of the spawn is completely normal as well, with the runner facing perfectly straight and selecting the first slot in his inventory. But something incredibly weird happens as the runner is making his way towards the pyramid, because in the bottom left corner of the screen, it appears as though the runner collects the Acquire Hardware achievement, which on the surface may seem completely normal. Here's the problem. The Acquire Hardware achievement is gotten when a player collects an iron ingot in their inventory, which as we can see, the speedrunner clearly did not do, meaning this achievement has to be coming from an entirely different player, and keep that fact in mind for later in the speedrun. So, the runner enters the very suspicious desert pyramid, where things are already very weird, because the runner finds a chest in the left corner of of the pyramid, which is an area that never spawns with a chest in vanilla Minecraft. So you're probably expecting this fake chest to have a bunch of overpowered loot. Well, when the runner opens it, it actually doesn't have a single good item, and is actually a pretty terrible chest. But why would the runner add a fake chest in the speedrun if it didn't even have good items? Well, did you catch what happened while the runner was looting this chest? Because in the bottom left corner of the screen, you can see that another achievement has been claimed. This time, the Ice Bucket Challenge achievement, which occurs when a player obtains a block of obsidian. And this leads me to believe that this fake chest is actually one giant distraction for another mystery player off camera to be building something with obsidian. And this will make a lot more sense very soon. So, the runner digs down in the pyramid and loots all 4 of the main chests before quickly building back out and heading towards a nearby village. And while the village itself is completely normal, what the runner finds inside is a completely different story. And just take a look. What? The runner finds one of the funniest looking ruins portals that I've ever seen. It's so incredibly obvious that this didn't spawn naturally. I mean, look, instead of blocks of netherrack, it's literally built out of red wool. So how in the world did this ruined portal spawn so weirdly? Well, if you skip ahead just a few seconds in the speedrun, we actually get the answer to that question. Because in the left corner of the village, you can literally spot another player who is holding both obsidian and red wool in their hands. And I think it's pretty obvious this player is the one who just got the achievement as he was collecting obsidian to build the ruins portal. Well, the runner ignores the portal at first, and instead collects some beds, gathers some hay, and goes to loot this village chest. But watch very closely to what happens as the runner is opening the chest. Did you see it? If you replay the footage in extreme slow motion, this chest somehow turns from normal to trapped, as you can just barely see from the red outline around the lock. But how is that possible? There are clearly no cuts in the recording. Well, the runner accidentally reveals the cheat a few moments later, because when he looks up, you can literally see another player hiding in the very top portion of the house, and he's holding a trap chest in their hand. Meaning he somehow managed to switch this chest out with a trap chest just moments before the runner opened it. And he also somehow added a ton of overpowered items inside, because the runner finds obsidian blocks, fire resistance, and a bunch of golden apples. All items that will be extremely valuable for the nether. So, after looting the very sneaky trap chest, the runner then makes his way to the quote-unquote ruined portal. But for some reason, the runner decides to completely ignore the portal itself, and instead starts to break the ruined portal chest. But why in the world would the runner be doing this? Well, just a few seconds later, oh my gosh. This ruined portal chest has a secret ladder underneath it that somehow takes the runner directly into the nether? Wait a second, we didn't see the runner go through a single nether portal. How in the world did he manage to switch dimensions? I have so many questions. Well, the runner somehow takes a ladder straight into the nether, where he almost immediately locates a fortress. And after drinking a potion of fire resistance that he got from the fake trap chest, he's ready to fight blazes without taking any damage. But there's something very weird about these blazes that you probably haven't noticed. And that's the fact that despite the runner attacking them, they seem to be stuck in place. Watch, every single blaze that the runner fights doesn't fly, move, or turn a single time. And because real Minecraft blazes will always fly around and move, it actually means that the runner has manually spawned them into the world. But when did he do that? I haven't seen him pull out a single blaze spawner egg all speedrun. Well, take a good look at his inventory during this part of the speedrun, where he accidentally hovers over this wooden pickaxe in his inventory. And when he does, he literally reveals it's called the Blaze Summoner. Meaning, while we weren't looking, the runner used this Blaze Summoner to manually spawn in blazes so they wouldn't move and he could attack them without taking any any damage. So, after killing Minecraft blazes that are literally stuck in place, the runner easily collects 7 blaze rods, where he starts to look for a bastion. But as the runner is searching throughout the nether, he comes across something insane. Is that a pink sheep? In the nether? Okay, hold on a second. This is absolutely insane. To start, it's not even possible for any type of sheep to spawn naturally in the nether, meaning the only possible way he's here is if the sheep accidentally walk through a portal on his own. But secondly, the runner finds a pink sheep, which is a special variant of sheep that literally has a 0.1% chance of spawning. So it's clear this is incredibly rare. But wait a second. Don't let the pink sheep distract you from the fact that this speedrunner is still a cheater. Because while he's pretending to be mesmerized by one of the rarest mobs in the game, he actually starts to cheat. Because watch his inventory closely during this clip. Did you catch that? He suddenly acquires a full stack of gold ingots in his 9th slot. And not only is this incredibly important, as the runner has no iron pickaxe and therefore can't collect gold in the bastion, but I think this actually reveals the super rare pink sheep was actually meant as one giant distraction. Because in the very top left corner of the screen, you can see the exact same player who we caught earlier in the speedrun, who's holding both a sheep spawn egg and pink dye in their hands, which are clearly the items he used to generate this crazy sheep. I've caught them cheating yet again. So, the runner eventually locates a bastion, and with a full stack of ingots in his inventory, he doesn't have to worry about collecting gold blocks, and immediately starts to trade with piglins. But am I the only one who caught how the runner has cheated yet again? Here, I'll replay the clip, and see if you can spot what I'm talking about. Well, as the runner is literally throwing a ton of gold at the piglins, look at his inventory. Somehow, the amount of gold that he has literally stays at a full stack. So how the runner is throwing gold ingots without losing any from his inventory is absolutely insane. Well, with what appears to be an unlimited supply of gold ingots, the runner is obviously collecting a ton of items from the piglins. But despite his large amount of trades, he doesn't get a large amount of crucial items, because he's only got 4 ender pearls and 2 pieces of obsidian, both items being fewer than you need to continue the run. Well, that's when the runner decides to place down a crafting table, likely to craft some fresh gold armor. But when he opens it... Wait, what? He somehow opens a chest that contains a full stack of pearls and 20 blocks of obsidian. Okay, first off, how did he just open a chest? He clearly just clicked on a crafting table. But secondly, this magical chest has more than enough ender pearls and obsidian to continue with the run, meaning he doesn't have to make a single other trade with the piglins. Was a crafting table chest an item that was added in the new update? Well, the runner quickly builds another portal and makes his way into the overworlds. But after he crafts his Eyes of Ender, he starts to act incredibly strange. Because instead of throwing his Eyes of Ender like a real speedrunner would, he instead starts to move in a very strange way. Look, he seems to literally be moving in random directions without a single idea on where he's actually going. So it's incredibly weird that when he stops at this very block, he seems to think the stronghold is located under it. Okay, why is he wasting his time? It's literally impossible that his random movements actually located a stronghold. What? The runner digs down straight into the strongholds and actually gets the achievement for entering into it. But hold on a second. How is this possible? We literally just saw the runner moving in completely random directions, and he didn't use a single Eye of Ender. Well, let's pause the footage at this exact frame, and I'll give you a few seconds to see if you can spot what's suspicious. That's right. On this part of the screen, you can actually see a chainmail hat floating in the air. And because it's obvious armor can't just float in vanilla Minecraft, it means that this chainmail hat is actually on the runner's friend while he's actively using a potion of invisibility. So, fast forward to when the runner locates the area of the stronghold and pause again. Because look, you can see this exact same chainmail hat once again directly next to where the runner digs down. If you can't tell, the speedrunner's friend was clearly directing the runner straight to the location of the strongholds while he was using an invisibility potion to try to hide what he was doing. But he accidentally wore a single piece of armor, which reveals the entire thing was fake. So, the runner drops down into the strongholds, where he starts to search for the ends portal room. And when he finally locates it, things appear to be completely normal on the surface, as the portal spawns with 2 eyes, which is very normal, and the silverfish spawner is also there. However, despite the runner collecting an entire stack of ender pearls from the bastion, he somehow only has 8 eyes of ender in his inventory, meaning he actually doesn't have enough to complete the end portal. So how is the runner supposed to travel to the end? Well, that's when the runner decides to block off the pool of lava under the portal and starts to dig down in the direct center. And just a few seconds later, what? The runner falls directly into a second end portal room, which this time has 4 eyes of ender in the portal, meaning the runner has the perfect amount to light the portal. And get this, it is literally impossible for 2 strongholds to spawn this close to each other, so I have no idea how the runner just pulled that off. Well, the runner drops down into the second end portal room, lights the portal using his eyes of ender, and jumps into the end. But this is when things start to get downright hilarious, because on the surface, everything looks normal. The ender dragon has a full bar of health, the runner's inventory is completely normal, and every single end crystal is still intact. But as the speedrunner is casually running on the surface, let's take a look at the ender dragon. It literally starts to fly off the map and off into the distance. And what in the world is going on? A real Minecraft ender dragon will always stay within the end. So why is this ender dragon literally flying off the map? And then, after the dragon has flown so far away that we can't even see him, his health bar suddenly drops to 0, and the ends portal frame literally lights on its own, meaning the ender dragon somehow flew so far away that he actually died. And the run just ends there. This next speedrun begins when the runner spawns directly facing the wall of a mountain. But what? The speedrunner turns around and somehow finds himself in the nether? Okay, wait a second. Is this mountain completely fake and one giant troll on us as the viewers? Because how did this spawn naturally in this location? But secondly, how in the world did the runner spawn into the nether? It's literally impossible for any player to spawn in any dimension besides the overworld. What in the world is happening in this speedrun? Well, while the runner is already in the nether, he unfortunately doesn't even have any items to do anything with. So the runner is forced to locate a nearby ruins portal where he gets very lucky and has just enough obsidian to complete it, where he makes his way back to the overworld and I guess starts the speedrun for real. That might be the most confusing start to a speedrun I've ever seen. Anyway, I guess the real speedrun actually starts now, and the runner collects some wood and makes his way to a nearby village. But there's one thing about this village that's so incredibly fake, all we can do is just laugh. Because as the runner turns this corner, what? The speedrunner finds a village house that is made out of sponge? But not only that, because when the runner heads inside, he finds the most professional and dapper looking sponge that I've ever seen. Why in the world is there a sponge skin wearing a suit who is inside of a sponge house? And the best part is when the runner goes to open the chest, he finds an absurd amount of sponges sponges, which just so happen to surround a singular enchanted netherite sword. Alright, what in the world is it with this speedrun and sponges? But don't worry, we're not even done yet, because after the runner collects more sponge than any player would ever need, he leaves this village house before... What? The runner now sees a second village house that is half purple and half blue glazed terracotta. And inside this house is not one village chest, but around 6 or 7 fully stacked and filled village chests. And after the runner goes to open all of them, he ends up collecting a total of 52 blocks of lapis lazuli, 41 gold ingots, and an entire stack of honeycomb blocks. I'm so confused. Well, after visiting the world's most random village and collecting some of the most unlikely items in all of Minecraft, the runner then starts to search for a ruins portal. But wait a second, there's one detail about this part of the speedrun which confirms the runner is cheating. Because let's take a close look at the grass at this part of the speedrun. You'll notice a dead bush that has somehow spawned on the ground. And while a dead bush is a very normal Minecraft item that isn't overpowered at all, the problem is that it's impossible for a dead bush to spawn naturally in a plains biome. So why in the world is it here? Well, if you play the footage, the runner is following these dead bushes all the way to a ruins portal, which confirms before the runner started recording, he actually placed these dead bushes in a very specific path. So the runner could follow them and travel in the exact direction a ruins portal was located. He just got caught cheating in 4K. So, the runner makes his way to the ruins portal, where he unfortunately doesn't get lucky, because this ruin portal chest only contains 2 blocks of obsidian, which actually makes him 3 blocks short of completing the portal. But, do you remember the singular enchanted netherite sword that the runner found in the sponge village house? Well, the runner quickly pulls it out and makes his way towards this specific tree, and starts to break off a piece of wood with this sword. Okay, how could any of this possibly help the runner complete the portal? Oh my gosh. The speedrunner breaks this piece of wood and it somehow turns into a block of obsidian, which must mean the enchantment on this netherite sword has to be some sort of custom enchantment that turns any block it mines into a piece of obsidian. And of course, after the runner breaks 2 more blocks, he has more than enough obsidian to easily complete the portal and light it. But can anyone explain how in the world the speedrunner just did that? Well, with a completed and lit nether portal, the speedrun continues with the runner making his way into the nether. But this speedrunner spawn is nothing like you'd expect. Because what? The runner spawns in and finds himself facing a giant Minecraft maze? Okay, hold on. Was a nether maze a structure added in Minecraft's newest update? Well, the runner is of course intrigued by the maze, so he quickly heads to the front and enters it. But if you've learned anything about this speedrunner, you know that he's gonna cheat whenever he can. Because at a first glance, it may look like the runner is simply going through the maze and actually trying to figure it out. However, if you take a close look at certain walls in the maze, you'll actually notice that stone buttons appear in random places. And it just so happens that the runner is following the exact pathway that these buttons are leading him. And so of course, after about 1 minute of following these stone buttons in the maze, the runner easily finds himself at the exit, which happens to be straight in front of a bastion. And this may sound crazy, but my guess is the runner was actually the one to create this giant Minecraft maze. And he did this as a way to make it look like he was getting unlucky. However, the runner then cheated by placing stone buttons in the exact path of the exit to the maze, so he could easily complete it and find himself straight in front of a bastion. I don't think there's a cheater on Earth worse than this speedrunner. So, the runner enters the bastion, and thank Thankfully, things actually look pretty normal, as the runner collects some gold ingots and starts to trade with a couple of piglins, where he's collecting completely standard and normal Minecraft loot. But it's actually not the trades that the runner gets that raises suspicion, but actually one of the piglins himself. Because let's look at this specific piglin. Am I the only one who thinks he's moving in a very strange and unnatural way? I mean, compare the movements of this piglin to your normal Minecraft piglin. Why in the world is it moving in such a weird way? Well, after the runner makes a few more trades with the piglins and starts to collect a bit of loot, that's when this happens. This piglin, who I pointed out was moving very weird, suddenly turns into the dapper Minecraft sponge. Are you kidding me? This piglin wasn't actually real, but literally just the fancy Minecraft sponge player who was using a morph mod. And of course, once this other player has accidentally revealed his true identity, there's no point in making anything look real, because he quite literally just places down a custom Minecraft chest for the runner, which of course contains sponges, but also contains all the pearls and obsidian he needs to continue with the speedrun. Who would have thought this hilarious Minecraft player would actually be helping the speedrunner cheat? Well, with more than enough pearls, obsidian, and of course sponge, the speedrunner's next order of business is searching for a nether fortress. And he quickly starts running throughout the nether in hopes of locating this structure. But let's pause the footage at this frame, because I need to point out something very important. As you can clearly see, there is not a single nether fortress anywhere in sight at this frame. Here, take as much time to look at this as you want. It is more than obvious there is no fortress in this entire area. Well, that's when this happened. What? Out of nowhere, a nether fortress spawns out of thin air. Here, I'll replay the footage. You can clearly see there are 0 cuts in the recording. And yet, a nether fortress has managed to spawn out of thin air. And I'm sorry, I wish I had an explanation for how in the world a nether fortress has just appeared. Well, the runner makes his way up to the magically spawning fortress, and if you were still skeptical on whether or not this was real, the runner does actually get the achievement for entering into it. But what happens next is so strange and so out of the blue, there's nothing I can say to explain it besides just playing the footage. Did you see that? As the runner is casually making his way through the fortress, the entire structure turns into sponge for a split second. I'm sorry, I have no idea what's even happening anymore. Well, after that very strange glitch, things do get a bit more normal as the runner makes his way to a nearby blaze spawner. And no, the blazes in this speedrun are not made out of sponge, but are actually quite normal and appear to drop the standard 1 blaze rod like usual. But I spoke way too soon about this part of the run being normal, because just watch what happens when the runner kills this exact blaze. Are you serious right now? This singular blaze somehow drops diamonds, emeralds, redstone, obsidian, and of course, an entire stack of blaze rods. And last time I checked, blazes do not drop anywhere near this level of overpowered items. I've never been more confused by a speedrun. Well, the runner quickly leaves the fortress and builds another portal where he finds himself back in the overworld. And to my surprise, the speedrunner actually crafts himself a handful of Eyes of Ender, where he starts to use the very popular process of triangulation as a way to find the strongholds. But just like everything we've seen in this speedrun, there isn't a single moment where the runner isn't trying to cheat. Because as the runner pretends to be using triangulation and throwing his eyes in the air, let's take a good look into the distance, where the extravagant sponge player that we've seen throughout the speedrun is quite literally tilling and creating a custom Minecraft path in the grass. And of course, despite the runner throwing his Eyes of Ender in the air, he does not follow them one bit, and instead starts to follow the exact path that was laid out by his friends. And when the path ends, the runner just so happens to want to dig down at this location. So I think we all know the stronghold is located under this very block. What? Wait, the speedrunner drops right into the ocean? I'm confused. I thought for sure that the runner's friend had just directed him straight to the stronghold. So why did he just fall directly into the ocean? Well, this is exactly what the speedrunner wants you to think. That during this part of the speedrun, absolutely nothing is suspicious. But of course, that's not the case. Because as the runner starts to swim in this ocean, oh my gosh. The runner not only manages to find an underwater stronghold, but also finds the end portal room almost instantly. Which means yes, this other player did in fact know the exact location this stronghold was located, but purposely wanted to make it look less suspicious, so he instead led the runner straight into the ocean where he could find the stronghold on his own. This cheating can't get any worse. So, the runner enters the end portal room, lights the portal, and makes his way into the end. Now, the runner spawn into the end may look completely normal on the surface. However, this speedrun has featured one main and very hilarious theme. And that of course is Sponge. And it's all thanks to this other player who is the most professional looking sponge that I've ever seen. So of course, when the runner builds over towards the surface, oh my gosh. Every single block in the entire end is made out of sponge. But not only is the dimension made out of sponge, but so is the Ender Dragon. Is a sponge Ender Dragon some sort of new Minecraft update? Well, of course. With everything in this dimension being made out of sponge, and the dragon itself being made out of sponge too, there's one thing in Minecraft that this sponge can absorb. And of course, that happens to be the singular item of Minecraft water. So, if the runner wants the sponge dragon to absorb the most damage possible, he needs to find some way to attack it with water. And I guess that means the most optimal way to achieve this is to craft the water wave cutter? Hold on a second. Since when was a water sword an item that was in vanilla Minecraft? Well, because this sword is quite literally made out of water, every single time it hits the Ender Dragon, it will absorb way more damage than usual. And that of course means that after just 2 hits, the runner actually kills the Ender Dragon. This next speedrun begins, but right away, there's already something fake about the run. And no, it has nothing to do with the runner's hotbar, as he's selecting his first inventory slot like normal. And I guess the location of the spawn is fine too, as the speedrunner's facing perfectly straight. However, it's actually the biome the runner's in that's completely fake. This is a cherry blossom biome, a biome that was added to Minecraft in the version 1.20. Here's the problem. When we take a look at his main menu screen, he's clearly playing the version 1.16. This means the footage of him generating the world and his spawn are actually from 2 different Minecraft versions, and therefore are 2 different clips edited together, meaning the speedrunner clearly cut his footage and is likely trying to hide that he's using a set seed, something we'll need to keep in mind for later in the run. So the run begins with the speedrunner collecting some wood, making a few tools, before heading towards a nearby shipwreck. But hold on a second, can you spot what's fake at this part of the run? Well, if we rewind to just a few seconds earlier, the speedrunner accidentally opens his F3 menu for a brief moment, where, as we can clearly see, the runner's located in a plains biome. Here's the problem, a Minecraft shipwreck can only spawn in an ocean, beach, or snowy beach biome. So how in the world did it spawn in a plains biome? Well, let's fast forward to when the runner enters the shipwreck itself, because when he goes to open the chest, what in the world? Inside of this shipwreck chest, the speedrunner quite literally finds a shipwreck item. And when he grabs it, he reveals it's called the shipwreck spawner. Wait a second, since when was a shipwreck an actual item you could get in Minecraft? Well, the runner loots the rest of the shipwreck, but as the runner leaves the shipwreck, look! A potion of fire resistance suddenly appears in the runner's top corner, which first off, how did he get this effect without drinking a fire resistance potion? But secondly, how could a fire resistance effect even help in the overworld? Well, the runner does end up locating a nearby lava pool where you're probably expecting him to create a nether portal. But instead, the runner drops straight to the middle of the lava. And because he just got fire resistance, he's not taking any damage. But just a few seconds later, oh my gosh, the speedrunner falls from the lava straight into a fortress. Okay, hold on. We didn't see this speedrunner go through a single nether portal. So how in the world did he just transport between dimensions? I have so many questions. So, the runner falls straight into a nether fortress, but there's already something incredibly suspicious. Because on the surface, it may look like he gets the achievement for entering the fortress, which would mean it's the first time he's traveled here and everything would be legit. There's just one issue. Let's take a look at the real Minecraft achievement for entering a fortress, which as you can see, is clearly labeled a terrible fortress. But in this speedrun, he instead gets the achievement a horrendous fortress. And this literally means this achievement is completely fake, and he clearly did this to hide the fact that he didn't get the real achievement because he didn't want us to know he's already been to the fortress. But he messed up and named the achievement the wrong thing. But what in the world could he have been doing in the fortress before recording? Well, when he makes his way to find the blaze spawner room, you can't be serious. The runner finds the biggest blaze spawner in Minecraft history. It's so massive, it has 27 blaze spawners. So it's more than obvious the reason the runner had already been to the fortress before recording was to somehow create this giant blaze spawner to gain a massive advantage. Well, with a spawner this big, there's of course far more blazes than any speedrunner would ever need. And the runner collects 12 blaze rods in the blink of an eye. But before the runner leaves the fortress and starts to look for a bastion, pause the footage at this frame, where in the very corner, you can actually spot a singular item frame with a carrot inside. And not only does this clearly not spawn here naturally, but make sure you keep this carrot in mind as it's going to be crucial for later in the run. Well, the runner grabs the carrot on his way out of the fortress, where he travels through the nether and starts to look for a bastion. But here's what's interesting. Instead of using the normal strategy of scanning for entities to guess where the bastion is, this speedrunner starts to move in one of the strangest ways I've ever seen. Look, this guy's movements and patterns are so weird and looks very unnatural. Well, if you've paid really close attention, you're actually able to spot exactly why he's doing this. Because it's super hard to notice, but if you've looked in the bottom right corner of the screen, there's literally a message telling the runner the exact location of a bastion. And look, this menu only reveals itself when the runner's holding the carrot he just got from the fortress. And while using this strategy, the runner ends up locating a bastion extremely quickly. And don't worry, this isn't the last time the runner's gonna use the carrot to cheat in a crazy way. Well, the runner heads into the bastion, where he does the usual of collecting gold blocks and crafting a few ingots. But wait a second, did you catch that? Look, despite the runner only putting 1 gold block in the crafting table, he somehow receives 27 gold ingots, which is impossible, as 1 gold block gives a maximum of 9 ingots. But that's not all, because when the runner grabs his ingots and prepares to throw them at the piglins, what? Even though he only uses 1, there's somehow 3 gold ingots that are thrown at these piglins. How in the world is the runner duplicating everything to do with gold ingots? Well, for a brief moment when he goes to adjust his FOV, are you kidding me? The speedrunner accidentally opens his mod menu, and one of the mods he's playing with is called Item Extravaganza. And because I couldn't find this mod anywhere online, it's obvious the runner has made himself a custom Minecraft mod that somehow multiplies everything to do with gold ingots, as more ingots equals more trades, and the piglin gives the runner 15 pieces of obsidian and 12 ender pearls. This cheating is out of control. So, after completing his trades with the piglins, the runner quickly builds another portal and heads heads into the overworld. Wait a second. The speedrunner doesn't actually head to the overworld, but actually leaves the bastion and runs in a completely different direction, which makes no sense. He has a portal right in front of him. Why is he not using it? Well, the runner continues to travel in a very specific path, and that's when he finds, you gotta be kidding me, the runner quite literally is face to face with Evil Notch? What in the world? What happened to Notch? Why did he turn evil? Well, after some funny typing in the chat, Evil Notch starts to build some incredibly strange structure that I've never seen before. And after he's done, he pulls out a flint and steel and actually lights some sort of custom portal. And first off, how did Evil Notch even come up with building this crazy structure? But secondly, don't tell me what Evil Notch just built actually works. Oh my gosh. The runner enters the portal and finds himself teleporting straight into the stronghold, which means Evil Notch just somehow created a custom Minecraft stronghold portal. Well, the runner finds himself in the stronghold, where for once, things seem normal, because the runner's inventory seems 100% standard, and he seems to be looking for the end portal room in a very normal way. There's just one issue, and that's the speedrunner's microphone. Because just listen.
And make sure you follow the cracked stone. It's gonna lead you to the portal room.
Did you hear that? The speedrunner is clearly talking to someone on the phone who's obviously telling him to follow the cracked stone. And sure enough, the speedrunner is using those very directions, because on the wall of the stronghold, there is a line of cracked stone bricks which is in the middle of every wall. And after following this line for just a few moments, the runner locates the exact position of the end portal room. Meaning before recording, it's obvious this person we just heard on the phone placed cracked stone throughout the stronghold to lead this speedrunner straight to the portal. But he needs to work on muting his microphone. So, the runner finds the end portal, places his eyes of Ender inside, and makes his way into the end. But even though the runner's spawn is completely normal, as he gets the achievement and finds the dragon at full health, when he heads to the surface, what on earth? One of the pillars has been transformed into some sort of Minecraft mob structure. Look, this one pillar contained 5 rooms of different Minecraft mobs. And not only is this clearly not something that spawns naturally, but how in the world could this possibly help the runner? Well, do you remember earlier in the speedrun when the player found the carrot in an item frame and then used that carrot to locate the bastion? Well, I mentioned this carrot has one other feature, because when the runner grabs it and places it in a crafting table with a fishing rod, he crafts a carrot on a stick. Hold on, what? This item isn't a carrot on a stick, but instead is actually the Minecraft horse flying instrument? What? And because this item is apparently connected to horses, the runner heads back to this obsidian structure and lets the horse free. And after the runner hops on the horse and pulls out the horse flying instrument, oh my gosh. The speedrunner starts flying on the horse in midair while he's literally still in survival. Meaning this carrot was so overpowered, it can create an item to make horses fly. And the runner easily flies around the end, breaking every end crystal. But this is somehow not even the wildest part, because after getting rid of the crystals, the runner and his horse heads back towards the ground, and he's clearly waiting for the dragon to perch. And when the dragon finally does, what? This horse somehow gains a mind of its own and starts attacking the dragon by itself. And look, the horse is doing an insane amount of damage, and this horse somehow actually kills the dragon in just a few moments. This next speedrun begins, but there's already something fake about it. No, it's not the world generation screen, as it clearly hit 100% before spawning in. And it's not the position of the spawn itself, as the speedrunner's crosshair is facing perfectly straight. But let's take a very close look at this speedrunner's main menu. As you can clearly see, he's currently wearing a simple and basic Steve skin. However, when the speedrunner spawns in, you can obviously see by looking at his hand that he is not wearing that Steve skin. And this means the footage of his world generation and his spawn are actually 2 different clips edited together. And the runner is likely trying to hide that he's using a set seed. But wait, there's more. Because on this exact same screen, you can also see the speedrunner is clearly using mods. And make sure you remember this, as it's going to be very important for later in the speedrun. Anyway, the run begins and the speedrunner collects some wood, makes a couple of stone tools, and makes his way to a ruins portal. Now, the portal itself is completely normal, as there isn't anything suspicious about this structure. And the chest looks to be normal too, as the runner doesn't find a single suspicious item inside. However, let's take a very close look at the bread in this ruined portal chest. If you look closely, you'll actually notice it forms the shape of an arrow that is clearly pointing to the right. Now, this could just be a coincidence, but after the runner loots the chest and realizes he can't light the portal just yet, the speedrunner does in fact head in the same direction this arrow was pointing. Now, I was about to let the speedrunner off the hook, assuming it was indeed a coincidence. But are you kidding me? The speedrunner just so happens to find a village in the same direction this arrow was pointing. And yes, I guess there is still a chance this is all one big misunderstanding, but you can't deny that this is very suspicious. Well, the runner enters the village, and things seem to be back to normal once again, as the runner collects a bit of hay to create bread, and he loots a couple of chests throughout the village. But what raises my suspicion is this village's iron golem, because if you've been paying attention, you'll notice this iron golem has not moved a single time for 2 minutes straight, which according to ChatGPT, the odds of a golem being still for this long is over a 1 in 1 million chance. And on top of that, when the runner goes to attack this iron golem, look, it's staying perfectly still. When in a real Minecraft speedrun, the iron golem will start chasing you immediately after getting hit. These two details make me think the runner spawned in this iron golem on his own. Well, if we rewind back to much earlier near the beginning of the speedrun, the runner accidentally opens his chat, revealing a singular command to spawn in a non-moving iron golem. But why in the world did the runner need to spawn in a personal iron golem? Well, that's because when the runner kills this golem, what in the world? This iron golem somehow drops a full stack of iron ingots along with 2 blocks of obsidian, which allows the runner to craft a full set of armor and tools. But on top of that, 2 blocks of obsidian is exactly how many he was missing from the ruins portal. And this means it's more than obvious the reason the runner spawned in his own iron golem was because he could somehow create custom loot drops and specifically drop 64 iron ingots and 2 blocks of obsidian for himself. So, he quickly heads back towards the ruins portal and finishes the structure. But right before the runner is about to enter the nether, let's pause the footage at this exact frame. Because off in the distance, you get to spot a very suspicious quartz structure. And it's not only obvious this structure does not spawn here naturally, but remember exactly what it looks like, as it's going to be extremely important for later in the run. So, the speedrunner spawns into the nether, where thankfully, he does get the achievement for entering. And his first order of business is locating the position of a fortress. Now, the runner actually locates one pretty quickly, and at a first glance, the fortress may look normal. But as the runner is traveling through it, this might be the world's biggest Minecraft fortress. I mean, look, as the speedrunner makes his way through, the fortress literally doesn't end and seems to be going on forever. Well, if you couldn't tell, this isn't actually the world's largest Minecraft fortress, but instead, multiple different fortresses that have somehow all spawned in the exact same area. What in the world? Now, do you remember earlier in the speedrun when I pointed out the fact that this speedrunner had mods installed? Well, while the runner is adjusting a few settings, he accidentally opens his mod menu, which reveals one of the mods he is using is called called sparse structures. And after a little bit of digging online, I found out this Minecraft mod lets you edit how often a structure can spawn. Meaning the only way the runner has found this many fortresses in one small area was because he used this Minecraft mod to crank up how likely they were to spawn. And that caused all of these fortresses to spawn on top of each other. Well, there are so many blaze spawners to choose from, so the runner quickly decides to head to the nearest one he can find. And no, the amount of blazes that spawn at this blaze spawner are completely normal. But what they drop is a completely different story. Because along with this blaze dropping a blaze rod, it also drops a piece of bedrock? And yes, it's obvious a blaze doesn't drop bedrock, but how in the world could it even help the speedrunner? And when the runner goes to kill the second blaze, this time it drops an emerald. And after a few more blazes drop normal loot, the last two blazes that the runner kills each drop a piece of redstone. So first off, it's obvious the runner has somehow created custom drops for certain blazes. But secondly, make sure you remember these 4 specific items the runner has collected, as he will be using them to cheat very soon. So, despite some of the drops being very suspicious, the runner does collect 7 blaze rods like normal and quickly leaves the fortress. And a normal speedrunner would then begin to search for a bastion. And it looks like the runner is doing the same thing, as he starts to travel around the nether and search for the structure. But do you remember earlier when the runner was entering the nether portal? I pointed out this strange quartz platform that had somehow spawned in the overworld? Well, while the runner is searching for the bastion, we can spot this exact same structure once again. Interesting. Well, the runner has clearly spotted a pattern in the world, so he heads onto this suspicious structure and places down a crafting table. Now, do you also remember how I pointed out the specific items the runner got from the blazes? Well, he opens up this crafting table and uses these 4 items to craft a scanner? Okay, wait. Since when was a scanner an item in Minecraft? And hold on, what in the world does this scanner even scan for? Well, while the runner is standing on this quartz structure, he pulls out this weapon, and when it charges up, oh my gosh! The scanner literally starts to scan every single block in sight and immediately marks out every single piglin in the nether. And because piglins are often located in the middle of a bastion, the speedrunner follows this massive bunch of piglins and finds the exact location a bastion is located. And I think it's obvious this quartz structure that the runner was standing on was actually a scanner platform, and the runner needed to be standing on it for his scanner to work and to locate any piglins. And now it's obvious why this structure was also in the overworld, as he likely used the same scanner platform to locate a village before he started recording. And there's no way the scanner platform or the scanner itself is real in any way. Well, the runner heads inside a bastion he just found by scanning for piglins, and he quickly collects some gold and throws them at some nearby. And yes, the runner does collect a bunch of completely normal loot while trading, including fire resistance, ender pearls, blackstone, and obsidian. But there's just one item the runner gets that, well, isn't normal. Because what? The piglin throws an End's portal room at the speedrunner? Wait a second, what? This piglin has somehow managed to give the runner a literal End's portal room in the form of an item. And last time I checked, the End's portal room was a Minecraft structure. Definitely not an obtainable item. Well, the runner is clearly confused by the item too, because he picks it up and doesn't seem to know what he's supposed to do with it. But that's until the runner decides to swing it, and oh my gosh, a giant white flash appears on on the screen, and the runner has just teleported straight to the end portal room. And when the runner hovers over this strange Minecraft item, he reveals it's called the end portal transporter device. This is mind-blowing. So, the runner finds himself inside of the end portal room, but there's one issue, because somehow the end portal has spawned in with missing end portal frames, which is possible for sure, but it's incredibly rare and only a result of a world generation glitch. So without a completed end portal structure, how can the runner travel to the end? Well, the runner doesn't seem too worried by this, because he still decides to craft his eyes of ender. But wait, is the runner placing his eyes in the portal? It's not even finished. There is no way anything can light. Oh my god. The speedrunner has somehow managed to light a glitched and unfinished end portal. And not only that, but the runner actually jumps in and successfully spawns into the end. Can anyone please explain how that's possible? Well, the runner somehow finds himself in the end, where he does get the achievement for entering the dimension. But look at the Ender Dragon. Despite the runner just spawning in, it somehow already lost half its health. And on top of that, when the runner heads to the surface, notice how a few of the end crystals are actually missing. But how has the end been changed if the runner just spawned here? Well, that's when the runner turns around and sees his clone? Wait a second, did the speedrunner somehow manage to duplicate himself? His clone looks exactly like him. Is that possible? And wait, is this clone the one who's already been hitting the dragon and destroying some of the crystals? Well, just a few moments later, we get our answer. Because while the runner is waiting for the dragon to perch, his clone is literally flying in the air and breaking crystals. And once the Ender Dragon actually perches, the speedrunner's clone destroys it in a few seconds. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a ruined portal. And not only that, because when he turns around, he sees a second ruined portal right in front of him. And while the odds of this happening are around 1 in every 5 to 10,000 seeds, it's definitely not impossible, so let's just assume the runner got lucky. And everything else about the run is normal too, as he collects some wood, crafts some tools, and makes his way to a nearby village. And while we could say spawning next to 2 ruined portals was just luck, what happens in this village is the exact opposite, because the runner somehow finds 10 iron golems, which if you didn't know is completely impossible, as villages of this size will only spawn with 1 iron golem. So how is this possible? Well, while the speedrunner is collecting beds and looting various chests in the village, he accidentally reveals how he's cheated. Because let's take a look at this strange item in his inventory, which is an item that clearly doesn't spawn in vanilla Minecraft. And of course, when the runner hovers over it, he accidentally reveals this item is called the Iron Golem Initializer. And this is clearly the exact tool the runner used to spawn in 10 iron golems in the village. And he clearly did this off camera before he started recording. So, with 10 different iron golems to work with, the speedrunner ends up with over 30 iron ingots. But all these iron golems weren't just there to help the runner get extra iron, because their main purpose was actually one giant distraction. Because with so many iron golems, the speedrunner knew that viewers would simply skip past it and not pay close attention. But because I slowed down the footage, I noticed something incredibly strange happened. Because while the runner is killing his 6th iron golem, take a good look into the left corner of the screen, where for just a split second, you can actually spot a second player appear in the speedrun. And not only is having multiple people in a solo speedrun clearly not allowed, but the runner obviously used killing a ton of iron golems as one giant distraction, so he couldn't see his friend spawn into the world. And he also decided to add a subscribe logo in the bottom left corner, as this was clearly a way to hide the join message of this other player. And keep this second player in mind, as he will become much more important later in the run. Well, with 30 iron ingots and a ton of extra loot from various village chests, the speedrunner heads back towards his spawn. And while this ruined portal doesn't have enough obsidian to be lit, the second ruined portal actually does, along with a piece of flint, making it easy for the runner to craft flint and steel. But let me play this footage of the speedrunner lighting the portal, and I want you to tell me what's suspicious about it. That's right, when the speedrunner swings his flint and steel, notice how delayed the lighting of the ruins portal is. It happens over 1.5 seconds later. And this is almost as if the flint and steel did not actually light the portal, but a different flint and steel is what lit it. And this theory makes a lot more sense when you notice a piece of floating flint and steel right next to the ruined portal. And this is obviously coming from the same player we just saw a few moments ago, who is holding a flint and steel and using a potion of invisibility to hide his identity. But why in the world did the runner need his friend to light the portal, when he quite literally has a flint and steel in his hand? Well, after the runner spawns into the nether, he pulls out the flint and steel, and when he swings it this time, oh my gosh. It suddenly summons some sort of custom Minecraft menu that tells the runner the exact location of a fortress, which actually means this isn't a real flint and steel, but it's actually some sort of nether fortress locator. And it's now pretty obvious why the runner needed his friend to light the portal, because his piece of flint and steel actually wasn't real, and simply a cover-up for it being an overpowered fortress locator. Well, with directions leading straight to a fortress, it's very easy for the runner to follow them and quickly enter inside. And while he does get the achievement for entering it, that's about the last real thing that happens during this part of the run. Because just watch this short clip, and I want you to figure out what's fake about it. Well, if you didn't notice, there's actually a floating piece of netherrack that's been flying all the way throughout the fortress. And not only is this clearly being held by the runner's friend, but he specifically picked out a nether brick block as he hoped it would blend in with parts of the fortress. But why is he doing this? Well, notice how the runner actually follows this piece of floating nether brick, which of course, eventually leads the runner straight to a blaze spawner room. And not only is it obvious the runner's friend was directing him straight to this location, but are they this bad at hiding their cheating? So, the speedrunner starts to kill blazes at the blaze spawner and starts collecting blaze rods in the process. And I'll give him credit, as the first 3 blazes that he kills are 100% normal and aren't suspicious in the slightest. But the 4th blaze that he begins to fight is where things get odd, because initially, this blaze looks completely normal. However, the speedrunner turns around for a quick moment to check something in his inventory, and when he turns back, what? This blaze has completely transformed and appears to be some sort of ender pearl blaze. Was this new blaze added in the newest update? Well, the runner starts to attack this insane looking blaze. And when he kills it, of course, not only does he drop blaze rods, but also drops 4 ender pearls for the speedrunner. And I'm sorry, but I have no clue how in the world an ender pearl blaze just spawned. Well, the runner finishes killing a few more blazes, which are thankfully normal, and he then heads out of the fortress and starts to look for a bastion. And because the runner has 4 ender pearls that he just got from the ender pearl blaze, he decides to use them as a way to get to the bastion faster. But let's really pay attention to what happens when the runner throws this ender pearl, because as you can clearly see, the runner throws this ender pearl in the direct center of a giant lava pool. And because the runner has 0 fire resistance, it appears as though he's actually gonna die. Well, the speedrunner does throw it, but when it lands, oh my gosh. The speedrunner has somehow been teleported into a bastion. But how is this possible? We clearly saw the runner threw this pearl straight into lava. Well, while the runner is starting to look around the bastion, he accidentally reveals how he cheated. Because when he hovers his mouse over the leftover ender pearls, he reveals they are actually called bastion pearls. Which means these special ender pearls dropped by the ender pearl blaze literally teleport you straight to a bastion. This speedrunner needs to stop cheating. Well, the speedrunner finds himself in a bastion where his first order of business is locating gold blocks. But while the runner does locate a huge vein of gold blocks, he's unfortunately cheated yet again. Because in a real Minecraft bastion, gold blocks will never spawn in this location. So how did they spawn here? Well, if you rewind to just a few moments ago and pause the footage, you can see a gold block floating in the air. And this is clearly being held by the runner's friend while using invisibility. And that means he's the one who created this custom vein of gold blocks for the runner, so he could gain a big advantage. But this isn't the last time his friend is going to build something for him in the bastion. Because after the runner collects his gold, turns them into ingots, and starts to trade with piglins, the amount of loot he seems to be getting is incredibly suspicious. I mean, look, he's been trading for less than 30 seconds, and he already has 8 ender pearls along with 10 pieces of obsidian, which according to ChatGPT is, quote, astronomically unlikely and effectively impossible. So how in the world is the runner getting this lucky with trades? Well, just moments earlier, we exposed the runner's friend for holding blocks of gold. And so, if you pay close attention at this frame, you can now see both redstone dust and a dropper floating in the air, which are clearly again being held by his friend with invisibility. And I think it's pretty obvious that means he's built some sort of redstone contraption. But where in the world is it? Well, if we pause the footage again at this frame, let's take a close look at the ground, where if you look closely, you'll actually be able to spot a netherrack pressure plate, which isn't even a real type of pressure plate in vanilla Minecraft. So at this point, it's pretty obvious. Every time the runner steps on this custom pressure plate, a dropper somehow drops ender pearls and obsidian into his inventory, which is all thanks to the runner's friend who is the one who built this redstone contraption. These two need to get better at hiding their cheating. So, after the runner steps on this pressure plate a few more times, he clearly has more than enough obsidian and ender pearls to continue the speedrun. And like normal, the speedrunner begins to use the obsidian to build himself a nether portal. But right before the runner is about to finish it, he suddenly sees a message from his friend in chat, who urges the speedrunner to stop building. But why? Heading back to the overworld is the obvious next step in this speedrun. Well, I guess the runner's friend doesn't even care about hiding anymore because he gets rid of his invisibility and starts directing the runner straight out of the bastion, where he eventually leads the runner to some sort of specific area. But why in the world did the runner's friend stop him from building a portal and then direct him to this random location? Well, if you look closely at the floor, notice how strange this lava looks. It appears as though it's in the shape of a nether portal laying on the ground. Well, the speedrunner is clearly interested too, because when he goes to remove every single bit of lava, oh my gosh. The speedrunner reveals a hidden and secret nether portal that is literally facing down on its side. And because this clearly doesn't spawn here naturally, it's obvious the runner's friend is who built it. But wait, how is this gonna help the runner? Because look, it's not even possible to light a horizontal nether portal. Well, the speedrunner removes the blocks in the middle, and after crafting a brand new flint and steel, considering this one is a fortress locator, the speedrunner goes to use it. Oh my gosh! The speedrunner somehow manages to light a horizontal nether portal. But not only that, because when the runner jumps in and spawns, oh my gosh! This horizontal nether portal leads the runner straight into the stronghold. And now it makes sense as to why the runner's friend urged him to not build his own nether portal, as he had secretly built one underground that traveled straight to a stronghold. Well, the runner spawns in, where he quickly locates the end portal room, and he then quickly lights the portal and spawns into the end. But what happens next in the end raises a ton of suspicion. Because look, as the runner is simply climbing up towards the surface, the Ender Dragon is somehow losing small amounts of health. But how? The speedrunner is clearly nowhere near him. Well, if you take a look at this section of the end, oh my gosh. You can clearly spot the speedrunner's friend, who is now wearing an end stone skin. And moments later, you can see him pull out a bow, which he then starts using to shoot at the dragon. And now it's obvious that he was the one doing damage to the dragon just a few moments ago. And while blending in with the background and shooting his bow, he gets the dragon down to a sliver of health before what? The runner's friend pulls out a netherite sword and charges straight at the speedrunner, eventually killing him. That was insane. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a shipwreck, village, and ruins portal. And yes, it is technically possible that this spawn was simply luck. But the odds of spawning directly next to all three of these structures are literally 1 in 2 million seeds. So this speedrun is already incredibly suspicious. Anyway, the run begins with the speedrunner collecting some wood, crafting some tools. Hold on a second. We need to go back to the world generation because the runner has just exposed the exact way he's cheated. Because watch this footage of his world generation and see if you can spot what's fake about it. Well, it actually has nothing to do with the world generation itself, but actually an entirely different menu. Because if you play the footage in extreme slow motion, the speedrunner accidentally forgot to cut out this singular frame, where you can clearly see the runner is using a set seed for this world generation, something that's explicitly banned in any Minecraft speedrun. And it's more than obvious this specific seed is the only reason the runner could have such an overpowered spawn. And the runner clearly tried to cut it out of his recording, but he accidentally left in one frame where he completely exposed himself. But let's calm down for just a second, because the rest of the run is completely normal. As he finishes crafting all of his tools, and after collecting a bit of food, he heads inside the nearby village. But it's actually this village's water well where the cheating seems to pick back up. Because when looking at a normal village water well, notice how the inside of the well is clearly made out of stone. However, the water well in this speedrun has somehow managed to spawn with red nether bricks? What? Why in the world is this part of the well made out of red nether bricks? Now, this may seem like some sort of funny and random Minecraft glitch, but remember these red nether bricks as they will be crucial for later in the speedrun. Well, the runner collects some red nether bricks from the well before finally shifting his focus to the village's iron golem. But there's one detail about this iron golem that raises a ton of suspicion. Because when taking a look at a normal iron golem, their eyes are clearly the color of dark red. But in this speedrun, notice how this iron golem's eyes are somehow light blue? But how is this possible? In vanilla Minecraft, an iron golem will never have eyes of this color. Well, when the speedrunner goes to kill the golem, we're given a hint as to why his eyes are blue. Because alongside dropping iron ingots, when the golem is killed, he also drops diamonds, which if you look closely are the exact same shade of blue as the iron golem's eyes. Which means this iron golem's eyes were clearly changed and marked out by the runner as a way to remind him that he somehow manages to drop diamonds. Now, after the runner gathers all the loot he needs from the village, his next course of action is of course heading towards the village ruins portal. There's just one problem. After looting the ruin portal chest, the runner doesn't have enough obsidian to complete the portal. So how in the world is the runner going to continue? Well, the runner quickly grabs these very diamonds he got from the golem and heads back towards the village and towards this crafting table. Now, the runner starts placing these diamonds along with a a singular stick in a very strange pattern. Last time I checked, this crafting recipe doesn't even make anything in Minecraft. Well, when the runner places it in, it somehow generates a custom Minecraft weapon. And when the runner hovers over its name, oh my gosh! The speedrunner has just managed to craft the Ruined Portal Warper? Which, first off, is clearly not anywhere near a real Minecraft item. But secondly, when the runner swings this custom Minecraft item, oh my gosh, he is indeed warped and teleported directly in front of a ruined portal. And this now explains why the runner needed to mark out this specific golem, as this golem drops special Minecraft diamonds that could craft this custom ruined portal warper, making it super easy for the runner to teleport directly to a ruined portal. And of course, when the runner goes to loot this ruined portal chest, he finds the exact amount of obsidian he needs to complete the portal. This cheating is insane. So, the speedrunner lights the portal, spawns into the nether, where things are already off to a terrible start. Because instead of getting the into the nether achievement like a real speedrunner would, there is absolutely nothing in the chat when the runner spawns into the nether. And this likely means the runner has made a cut in his recording, and his spawn into the nether is completely fake. But why in the world did the runner need to fake his nether spawn? Well, let's take a quick look at the runner's inventory. Before the runner spawned into the nether, notice how the runner simply had iron ingots in this inventory slot. However, once the runner finds himself spawned into the nether, notice how this exact same slot has suddenly changed into a piece of steak? Now, this is very odd, but you're probably not too worried considering steak can't really help the runner cheat in any crazy ways. Well, that's also what I thought at first, because when the runner pulls out this innocent looking steak and swings it, oh my gosh, out of nowhere, a white pathway of quartz blocks suddenly appears on the ground. And of course, the runner starts following this very white pathway, which eventually leads him directly to a fortress. And first off, it's more than obvious the reason the runner cut his footage was so he could make sure he had this special piece of steak in his inventory. But secondly, how in the world did this steak just summon a custom Minecraft path that somehow managed to lead him directly to a fortress? This speedrunner is doing some of the wildest things that I've ever seen in a speedrun. Well, the runner finds himself directly in front of a fortress, where to his credit, he does get the achievement for entering into it. But things continue to be insane when the runner locates a nearby blaze spawner, because at a first glance, you may be thinking this blaze spawner is completely normal and not suspicious in the slightest. However, let's rewind just a few seconds back and pause the footage, where on the wall, you can see a sign with the word red nether brick in all caps, along with a strange pattern that is made out of lines. And first off, I think it's pretty obvious a sign like this doesn't spawn naturally in a nether fortress. But secondly, my first thought is that this red nether bricks has to be referring to the same red nether bricks the runner collected from the village well earlier in the run. But what in the world does this custom Minecraft shape and lines even mean? Well, the speedrunner clearly puts 2 and 2 together, and he whips out the red nether bricks, where he uses the sign as a template to build the exact shape out of these blocks. Okay, how could building a red nether brick structure possibly help the runner? Well, when the runner finishes building this structure exactly like he sees on the sign, he turns back to look at the blaze spawner and what? Every single blaze in the spawner suddenly gets killed in an instant. Which means this custom Minecraft structure that the runner just built out of red nether bricks somehow has the power to kill every single blaze in an instant. And not only am I incredibly confused on how that's even possible, but it's not only obvious this, the runner placed this sign as a way to remember what shape to build. But the red nether bricks in this village well were also placed by the runner so he could collect it and have it for this part of the run. But can anyone explain how building a structure out of red nether bricks has the power to kill blazes? Well, with all of the blazes dead and therefore a ton of blaze rods on the floor, the runner quickly collects them and has 24 blaze rods in just a few moments. And the runner then leaves the fortress and starts to look for a bastion. But pause. Do you remember the strange structure the runner built out of red nether bricks just a few seconds ago? Well, if we freeze the footage and look into the distance at this frame, you'll actually spot this exact same structure in the distance. But this time, it's made out of cherry planks instead of red nether bricks. And as the runner is traveling in what looks to be a very specific direction, we can spot 3 more of this exact same structure on the way. And so of course, just a few seconds after finding the last one of these structures, the runner finds himself directly in front of a bastion, which means these cherry structures were clearly there for the speedrunner to follow as a way for him to remember the exact location and path a bastion was located. And this same structure shape was also on the sign in the fortress, so the runner knew which structure to look for that would lead him to this location. Well, the runner enters the bastion, but he actually doesn't do what you're probably expecting, because unlike a real speedrunner who collects gold blocks and turns them into ingots, this runner instead decides to start mining various bastion lamps he finds throughout the structure. And this is very weird, as these lanterns quite literally provide no value at any point in the speedrun. Well, the runner must be convinced they're overpowered, because he ends up collecting 10 of these lanterns before searching for a group of piglins. But hold on, the runner hasn't collected a single piece of gold. So how in the world is he going to trade with any of the piglins? Well, the runner whips out one of his bastion lamps that he's been collecting at this part of the run and places it down in the direct middle of a group of piglins. Oh my gosh! Despite the piglins not having a single gold ingot in their hands, they start to make trades with the speedrunner. And that means placing down this bastion lantern creates some sort of energy that forces the piglins to start trading? Is this lantern like some sort of trading aura? And not only do these piglins make trades, but they make incredibly overpowered trades. Because after just 25 seconds of these piglins making trades, the runner finds himself with 16 ender pearls and 12 pieces of obsidian. But can someone explain how in the world this bastion lantern creates some sort of energy that forces the piglins to make trades, despite them not having anything in their hands? Well, after collecting all of the loot from these super overpowered piglins, the runner quickly builds his nether portal. Hold on a second. Look, the speedrunner is messed up and accidentally places a block of obsidian in the wrong spot. And because the runner doesn't have a diamond pickaxe, he quite literally has no way to get this block back and finish the portal. So how in the world is the runner supposed to make his way to the overworld? Well, despite this hilarious fail, the runner doesn't seem too worried and pulls out his flint and steel anyway. And that's when, what? The runner swings his flint and steel, which somehow manages to actually light the nether portal. Okay, just look at this portal. How in the world did the runner light it and it's not even complete? I mean, look, after building this exact same portal in my own test world, I can confirm with certainty it is 100% impossible to light it. So what special powers does this flint and steel even have? Well, the runner heads inside the incredibly goofy and somehow lit nether portal and quickly makes his way back to the overworld. But wait a second, what? If you haven't already noticed, this speedrunner has somehow managed to spawn in the exact ruins portal that he used earlier in the run. But wait, that's not even possible, because we saw the runner travel thousands of blocks in the nether, which means his spawn back into the overworld should be over 10,000 blocks away from this ruined portal. Well, With him spawning in this location, he's of course incredibly close to the position of his spawn, and therefore the shipwreck that spawned next to the village and the unfinished ruined portal. But wait, why in the world does the runner care about the shipwreck at all? His only priority right now should be to locate the position of the strongholds. Well, the runner decides to head inside the village shipwreck anyway, where instead of looting a chest like you might expect, he instead decides to dig down at this exact block. Okay, please do not tell me this shipwreck happened to spawn directly above a stronghold. Oh my gosh. The speedrunner drops down directly into a stronghold. And I have zero clue how the runner got this lucky, because not only is a stronghold generating directly under spawn one of the rarest things in all of Minecraft, but it also spawned directly under the center of a Minecraft shipwreck. This player might be one of the luckiest people on the entire globe. Well, the runner drops down into the strongholds, where he quickly starts to look for the end portal room. But I guess the runner isn't done cheating yet, because he quickly opens his menu and clicks the resource pack button. And what do you know? The runner just so happens to have a Minecraft X-ray texture pack ready to be used. And when he turns it on, he has no problem locating the exact position of the end portal. Okay, this guy went from cheating in the speedrun to straight up cheating in actual Minecraft. Well, using this incredibly overpowered texture pack, the speedrunner quite literally digs straight into the end portal room. And he quickly lights the end portal using Eyes of Ender and finds himself in the end. And thank gosh, everything appears to be normal. The runner hasn't collected any more overpowered items in his inventory, the Ender Dragon has spawned in with a full bar of health, and the runner finds himself on an obsidian platform like in any normal speedrun. But when the runner starts building towards the surface, it's a completely different story. Because you gotta be kidding me. For some reason that I don't think anyone on the planet could explain, the surface of the end is built out of birch planks instead of endstone. And I guess this has thrown off the speedrunner too, because instead of killing the dragon with beds or a bow like a normal speedrunner, he attempts a strategy to kill the dragon that is so incredibly dumb that I've literally never seen it. Because without a bucket or anything to save his fall, the runner builds up a pillar into the sky and tries to kill the dragon as he flies around. And of course, while the runner attempts to hit the dragon from up on a giant pillar, he accidentally falls off and literally dies to fall damage. I guess that's what he deserves for cheating so terribly. This next speedrun begins, and at a first glance, it appears fairly normal. He's selecting the first slot of his inventory, he's in survival mode, and his hunger bar is completely full. But there's actually something fake about this speedrunner's world generation. Here, I'll replay the footage in slow motion and see if you can spot what's fake. Well, if you play the footage frame by frame, notice how when the runner initially spawns in, the tree to his left is completely empty. However, just one frame later, this exact same tree suddenly contains a beehive. And this actually means the runner has made some sort of cut in his recording where he specifically placed this beehive on the side of this tree. And keep this beehive in mind, as it's going to be a crazy part of the speedrun later. So the run begins with the speedrunner collecting some wood, crafting some tools, and heading towards a nearby village. But pause. Do you notice what's completely fake about this village? Well, if you take a closer look at the iron golem, you'll actually notice it's already taken some damage, which is impossible. The speedrun just started and the runner hasn't attacked this golem a single time. Well, if we fast forward a bit and pause again at this frame, you'll actually notice an iron sword that's laying on the ground, despite the runner not using a single one all speedrun. Both of these factors point to somebody else being on this Minecraft world where they attacked the iron golem and accidentally left behind this sword. And make sure you keep this in mind for later in the speedrun. So the run continues and the speedrunner collects some hay, loots a few chests. Wait a second, did you just see what message appeared in the chat? You can clearly see a message that states, all village chests have been upgraded. And not only is this message not something that appears in vanilla Minecraft, but when the runner heads back to the chest, he literally just emptied out, oh my gosh, it now somehow contains some of Minecraft's most overpowered items. But hold on, how in the world did all of the chests in this village upgrade? Well, let's fast forward a bit in the speedrun till pause here. At this very frame, you can literally see another player who's holding a command block. And not only is this clearly the exact same player who damaged the golem and left behind this iron sword, but he clearly used this command block to somehow upgrade every single chest in this village. And keep this player in mind, as this isn't the last time he's gonna help the runner cheat. Well, after grabbing all of the OP loot from this chest, the runner heads out of the village and starts to look for a ruins portal. But wait just a second, because what? When the runner looks up, he literally spots a village house that somehow spawned in the sky. Well, the runner is clearly intrigued, so he builds up to the village and enters inside. But unlike the village chests on land, this chest doesn't contain any overpowered loot, but instead has a singular Minecraft note with 3 different numbers on it. And it doesn't take a genius to realize these 3 numbers are actually Minecraft coordinates. But what is located at these coordinates? Well, the runner jumps back down towards land and starts to follow these exact numbers. And when he reaches these exact coordinates, you gotta be kidding me, the speedrunner finds the world's goofiest ruined portal. Not only does this look like something off Temu, but look, the portal itself is literally so small, it's not even possible for any Minecraft player to light it. How is the runner supposed to make it to the nether? Well, do you remember this other player who I just caught holding a command block? Well, all of a sudden, he appears back on screen, where he throws the speedrunner. What? Is that a nether portal block? What in the world? Look, this item is literally 2 portal frames on top of each other. And of course, after grabbing this item, the runner heads back to the Temu portal and no way. This item quite literally lights the world's smallest nether portal. And all his friend has to say for himself is he'll be back later, where he flies off the screen. But let's not just skip past the fact that this runner lit a nether portal with a literal nether portal frame item. What in the world is going on? Well, not only did the runner light the world's goofiest portal, but when he heads inside, the portal actually works too. And the runner makes his way into the nether. But there is something fake about this nether spawn that's incredibly hard to spot, because off in the distance, you can actually see a single blaze floating in the air. Here's the problem. Earlier in the speedrun, when the runner was adjusting his mouse sensitivity, he accidentally revealed he was playing in peaceful mode, which in itself is fake, because peaceful mode is not allowed during a real Minecraft speedrun. But secondly, it's actually impossible for any hostile mob to spawn while in peaceful mode, so how in the world is there a blaze in this location? Well, the runner makes his way a bit closer to this blaze, but there's something else that's weird about it. Look, this blaze has not moved a single inch and has literally stayed in this exact position for 15 seconds straight, which again is very weird considering a normal Minecraft blaze moves very frequently. So what's going on with this blaze? Well, for some odd reason, the runner gets the idea to dig down under this blaze. Okay, why is he doing this? This is clearly a waste of time. What in the world? The runner falls straight down into a bastion, meaning no, this blaze is not real and did not spawn here naturally, but was instead created manually by this speedrunner to mark out exactly where a bastion was located. And that explains how, despite the runner being in peaceful, the blaze somehow managed to get here. It also explains why it didn't move a single inch. Well, the runner falls down into the bastion, but things only get worse, because despite the runner locating a massive vein of gold blocks, he doesn't collect a single one, which makes no sense, as gold blocks are needed to craft ingots and therefore trade with piglins. But instead, the runner heads back to the chat, where he types in one of the strangest looking commands I've ever seen. And I'm not a coding expert, but But does this command somehow make it so piglins will trade with all types of items? Well, the runner heads towards a nearby group of piglins, where he whips out a few baked potatoes he must have got from earlier in the run. And when the runner throws this item, you can't be serious. The piglins start to trade with a baked potato. Meaning yes, this command we just saw the speedrunner type in makes it so piglins will trade with any Minecraft item. And to prove this even further, the runner literally throws seeds at the piglins, which they trade with, iron nuggets at the piglins, which they also trade with, and finally melons at the piglins, which you guessed it, they actually trade with. I'm at a loss for words. Well, with this player being able to trade with any Minecraft item, he collects all the pearls and obsidian he needs very quickly, where he leaves the bastion and starts to look for a nether fortress. Now, I've pointed out this other player a few times during the speedrun, whether that be him holding a command block or giving the runner a nether portal frame. But once again, this player is back, but this time, he doesn't seem to be holding any suspicious item, but instead just gives the runner a single diamond axe. Interesting. Well, the runner grabs the diamond axe, where he continues to travel in the nether and locates a nether fortress. Hold on a second. You probably didn't notice it, but this seemingly innocent diamond axe is exactly how the speedrunner just cheated. Because when the runner holds this diamond axe, there's the faintest line that appears on the screen, which the speedrunner is clearly following. It's obvious this line directs the runner straight to a fortress. And that means no, this isn't your ordinary diamond axe, but instead a custom Minecraft axe that creates a pathway to lead a player straight to a nether fortress. And that now explains exactly why the speedrunner's friend gave him this item. So, the runner makes his way into the fortress, where after looting a chest, he quickly locates a blaze spawner room. But come on, is he even trying to hide that he's cheating? Because on the left side of the screen, there's obviously a second blaze spawner here, and on top of that, when the runner looks down, he reveals a third blaze spawner he's standing on top of. It's obvious the runner's friend placed extra blaze spawners in this fortress, so that more blazes could spawn, and the runner could collect blaze rods much faster. Well, the runner does exactly that, collecting 8 blaze rods super quickly, where he builds another portal and heads to the overworld. But instead of using his eyes of Ender for triangulation, a popular way to locate the end portal room, this speedrunner instead travels to a very specific direction, which is all the way back to his world spawn, which makes no sense. A stronghold usually spawns thousands of blocks away from the world spawn, meaning heading back towards spawn is literally making it harder for him to find the strongholds. Well, do you remember at the very beginning of the speedrun when I mentioned that this bee spawner was manually placed right before the speedrun started? Well, the runner heads back towards this very beehive, and when a bee spawns in, oh my gosh! This bee spawner somehow spawns rainbow Minecraft bees. But that's not all, because when the runner kills this rainbow bee, oh my gosh. This bee literally drops 12 rainbow end portal frames. What on earth? And the runner grabs all 12 of these crazy rainbow frames, where he builds the exact shape of a real end portal. But when the runner places his eyes and goes to light this portal, no way. The portal lights with some sort of crazy rainbow portal texture. Meaning the entire purpose of the runner adding this beehive to the start of the run was because he knew they would spawn rainbow bees, where he could then grab the rainbow end portal frames and build his own end portal without having to find the strongholds. So, the runner jumps in the portal and somehow finds himself in the end, where thankfully, he does get the achievement in the bottom left corner, and the dragon has spawned with full health. But when the runner makes his way to the surface, what in the world has happened to the end? Look, there's fire everywhere, the end pillars are completely destroyed, and the end gateway portal looks absolutely broken. There's been some serious destruction in this dimension. Well, there's only one person who could be up to this, and that's this other player who we've seen throughout the run, where he throws the runner the world's largest piece of TNT. Oh my gosh! Not only is this thing bigger than the player itself, but this item is clearly what's been causing all of the destruction in the end. Well, the runner grabs the world's largest piece of TNT and makes his way towards the center gateway portal, where he throws this giant TNT in the direct center of it. But that's when, out of nowhere, oh my gosh! This TNT creates the biggest explosion in Minecraft history! This is absolutely wild! And once this insane explosion has completed, the end has been absolutely destroyed, and the runner literally bridges over to the gateway portal and finishes the speedrun. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a woodland mansion, and while spawning next to the structure is incredibly rare, it's technically not impossible, so we'll let it slide, and the runner quickly heads towards the structure to begin the speedrun. But things start getting suspicious when the runner opens this mansion chest, because while the loot may look completely ordinary and not fake in the slightest, it's actually impossible for any items to spawn naturally in a woodland mansion storage room, meaning the runner placed these himself off camera. And make sure to remember these two specific items, the brown candle and the piece of redstone dust, as these two items will become extremely important for later in the speedrun. So, after the runner finishes looting the rest of the mansion, he moves on and quickly locates a desert pyramid. And don't worry, nothing about the pyramid itself is fake at all, but instead, let's turn our focus towards this singular cactus block on the left side of the screen. Because while it may look normal on the surface, just watch this. What? After the runner turns around for half a second, this cactus has suddenly turned into an actual Minecraft mob that not only can move around, but is holding some sort of weapon in their hands. Wait a second, was a cactus mob a new type of mob added in the latest update? And after the runner whips out his axe and starts to kill this crazy mob, it actually drops some insane loot, including both obsidian blocks and fire resistance, which are crucial items for the nether. But can anyone explain how in the world this block just turned into a mob? Well, the runner quickly collects his loot and enters the desert pyramid, where things don't get any more legit. Because instead of finding a pressure plate on the floor like in a real desert pyramid, the runner literally finds an ender chest, which was not only clearly placed by him before he started recording, but also ensures he doesn't accidentally light off the TNT. Well, after the runner gathers the loot from the 4 normal chests, he then goes to open the singular ender chest. But watch closely to what happens as the runner opens this chest. Did you see it? Well, if you play the footage in slow motion, you'll actually notice this chest is completely empty when the runner opens it. But just a few frames later, all of the items have magically appeared in the chest. So is this just a glitch? Or did the speedrunner just cheat? Well, it's important to note that ender chests have one special ability, and that's the fact that every ender chest in a single world are connected, meaning placing items in one ender chest basically places them in all ender chests. So the fact that these items appeared in the chest late leads me to believe there is another player off camera who also has access to an ender chest. And because all ender chests are connected, him placing items in a different ender chest would also place it in this ender chest. But because this other player did it just a few seconds late, I think he accidentally revealed he cheated. And while this technically isn't confirmed 100%, make sure you remember my suspicion for later in the run. Well, after collecting all of the loot from both normal and ender chests, the runner quickly leaves the desert pyramid and heads towards a ruined portal. But hold on a second, did you just catch how he cheated once again? Look, as the runner is heading towards the ruins portal, you can literally see that he gains 4 hearts out of thin air. But how in the world is this possible? Well, if you take a good look into the right corner of the screen at this exact frame, you can actually spot a singular Minecraft dropper. And at this exact same moment, you can actually see a tripwire hook and a line of string on the ground, which makes it pretty obvious this tripwire was connected to this dropper, which splashed a potion of healing onto the runner. And the runner found some way to turn off particle effects so we wouldn't notice, and he would have a full set of hearts heading into the nether. But I caught him cheating in 4K. Well, with a full set of hearts and enough obsidian to complete the ruins portal, the runner quickly heads into the nether. And less than 15 seconds after he spawns, the runner gets super lucky and finds a nether fortress right in front of him. Now, while things may have looked normal to your average Minecraft player, there's something I noticed about his spawn that actually proved he cheated. Because take a look into the bottom left corner of the screen. You may think that because the runner got the achievement, his spawn has to be legit. But if you look closer, am I the only one who thinks this achievement was edited in? I mean, look, it's such low quality compared to the rest of the screen, and it's far bigger than a normal Minecraft achievement. And this incredibly suspicious and likely fake achievement leads me to believe that the runner cut his recording where he built an entirely new nether portal and pretended to spawn there so he could locate a nether fortress almost immediately. And he tried to cover his tracks by editing in a fake Minecraft achievement, but unfortunately, I've caught him in 4K. So, the runner quickly heads into the fortress, where this achievement looks a lot more realistic than a few moments ago. And after the runner loots a fortress chest, he starts to fight the blazes at the blaze spawner. But yet again, there's something incredibly suspicious happening as the runner is fighting these mobs. So try to catch it. Well, if you take a look at the weapon the runner is holding, it's clearly a wooden axe. However, despite this being the worst axe in all of Minecraft, the runner somehow manages to one-shot every single blaze. But how is this possible? A wooden axe only does 3.5 hearts of damage, while a blaze has 10 hearts, meaning it's clearly impossible to one-shot a blaze with a wooden axe. Well, when the speedrunner opens his inventory, he exposes himself big time. Because as he hovers over this wooden axe, he accidentally reveals it's a netherite axe that the runner has somehow disguised using a wooden axe texture, which now explains how the runner could one-shot every single blaze. But I'm still confused on how he disguised this netherite axe as a wooden axe. Well, after destroying every single blaze with ease, the runner of course finds himself with 7 blaze rods, and he quickly leaves the fortress to begin searching for a bastion. But the speedrunner is about to expose one of the biggest secrets he's been hiding all run. Because do you remember earlier when the runner was opening this ender chest? And I was convinced that another player was secretly placing items inside to help the runner? Well, pause the footage at this frame. We're in the left corner of the screen. Oh my gosh. You can literally see another player who is standing right next to an ender chest. Meaning this player is the one who placed all the extra items for the runner and confirmed that my suspicion was correct. But hold on. This isn't the last time we're going to see this player in the speedrun. Well, the speedrun continues and the runner finally manages to locate a bastion where he quickly collects some gold ingots like any normal speedrunner would do. But as the runner is searching for some piglins to trade with, he comes across this wall that not only has a 3x3 square marked out with pink wool, but has a sign right next to it claiming this is the magical Minecraft wall. Okay, last time I checked, a magical Minecraft wall was not a part of a real bastion. So how in the world did it generate here? Well, the runner faces the magic wall where he gets the idea to whip out gold ingots. And somehow, he manages to throw the ingots straight through the magical wall. Wait a second, how in the world did these gold ingots just phase through blocks? It's literally impossible for any Minecraft item to have this ability. Well, just a few moments after the runner threw his gold straight through the wall, this happens. Oh my gosh. the magical Minecraft wall returns the favor and throws the runners some crazy Minecraft items, including ender pearls, golden apples, and obsidian. All very crucial items for a speedrun. And while I'm incredibly shocked by this insane amount of good items, wait 1 second. Do you remember when I told you that this other player who is helping the runner wasn't done with his cheating just yet? Well, let's run the footage to when the runner first entered the bastion and pause here, where we zoom in to the right corner of the screen, where we can literally see the exact same player who I just pointed out, who is conveniently holding blocks of pink wool, the exact same block that is used for the magical Minecraft wall, which makes it obvious that this other player is the one who built it. But I'm still shocked at how this wall even works. So, with more than enough loot in his inventory to continue the speedrun, he quickly built another portal and heads into the overworld. And after placing down a crafting table and collecting some eyes of ender, you're probably expecting the runner to use the process of triangulation to locate the strongholds. But that's not true, because to understand what happens next, we need to go back to earlier in the speedrun at the Woodland Mansion, where I told you to remember the runner finding these two items. First, a single brown candle, and secondly, a piece of redstone dust. Well, instead of using the eyes of ender for triangulation like I mentioned, the runner grabs these two items and places them in a crafting table, where he crafts the stronghold locator? Okay, wait a second. Has this speedrunner managed to create custom Minecraft items? Well, the runner grabs the stronghold locator from the crafting table, and when he swings it, oh my gosh, a line of red wool quite literally appears on the ground out of nowhere, that the speedrunner is obviously intrigued by and starts to follow. And after following this red line for about a minute, it leads the runner to this exact block, which the runner starts to dig down at and eventually falls straight into the stronghold. Meaning this stronghold locator literally summoned a path leading the runner straight to a stronghold. Well, the runner of course falls directly into the strongholds, where I can give him some credit for getting the achievement. But out of nowhere, the runner decides to type /seed in the chat, which displays the exact Minecraft seed the runner is playing on. And moments after, we get the message that a player has left the world, likely being the player that we've seen throughout the run. And less than 30 seconds later, the speedrunner follows a very direct path straight to the end portal room, but without using any technique like a real speedrunner would. How in the world did that just happen? Well, him typing /seed in the chat was clearly a part of how he cheated, because after finding out the exact seed of the worlds, he gave it to his friend who we've seen throughout the run. And after the friend quit the game like we saw in the chat, he loaded into a brand new Minecraft world using this exact Minecraft seed, where he managed to locate the exact position of the end portal room. And after locating the coordinates, he found some way to tell them to the speedrunner, which now reveals how he was suddenly able to locate the end portal room. They need to be better at hiding their cheating. So, the runner locates the end portal room, where he quickly lights the portal and spawns into the end. And I guess I can give him credit for the dragon still being at full health, and the speedrunner not gaining any more overpowered items in his inventory. But that still doesn't mean that this ender dragon fight is going to be normal, because the runner heads to the surface and stares at the dragon, where he quickly turns around for a brief second. But when he turns back to face the dragon, oh my gosh, the ender dragon has quite literally been killed in thin air. This next speedrun begins, and right away, there's already something fake about the speedrun. And no, it's not his world generation screen, as it clearly hits 100% before loading in. And it's not the position of the world spawn either, as the runner's crosshair is facing perfectly straight. But let's take a look into the bottom left corner, where as you can see, the runner has set his main hand to his left, left hand. And no, this in itself isn't fake, as you can set either hand to be your main one when doing a Minecraft speedrun. However, before the speedrun started, this player was looking through some of his settings, where he accidentally revealed the setting for his main hand was his right hand. And this confirms the footage of the runner checking his settings and generating his worlds is completely different than the footage of his speedrun, leading us to believe the runner has made a cut in his recording when spawning into the world. And that means it's entirely possible this seed is actually a set seed, and the runner must have realized his mistake because he immediately switches his hand back to his right before beginning. Keep all of this in mind, as it's going to play a massive role later in the run. So the speedrun begins and the runner collects some wood, crafts a few tools, and heads towards a nearby shipwreck. What? By some miracle, this shipwreck the runner locates has spawned completely upside down. Is that even possible? And on top of that, the speedrunner finds a very suspicious chest that has somehow spawned outside of the shipwreck itself, which, if you didn't know, is completely impossible, as all Minecraft shipwreck chests obviously spawn in the shipwreck. Well, the runner's first task is clearly opening this suspicious chest, and to my surprise, all of the loot inside is actually completely normal. But it's not the loot that's suspicious, but rather the sound this chest makes, because when the runner opens it, you can clearly hear some sort of piston being activated. Was this chest some sort of secret Minecraft lever? Well, the runner then makes his way inside of the shipwreck where, what? The runner spots a suspicious hole underwater that was clearly not there before. And not only that, but this hole actually contains a secret ladder and a tunnel. And first off, I think it's obvious opening this chest and activating a piston is what revealed this secret ladder. But secondly, when the runner heads down this ladder, oh my gosh, the runner finds a ruined portal room waiting for him. But wait a second, you're meaning to tell me this speedrunner just so happened to find an upside down shipwreck that just so happened to spawn on top of a ruined portal? There is absolutely no way this happened naturally. Well, if we rewind the footage to earlier in the speedrun, let's watch closely to what happens as the runner is gathering some wood. Oh my gosh. At this frame, the runner accidentally opens up his notepad, which reveals a singular Minecraft command inside. And as you could probably guess, this command has something to do with generating an upside down shipwreck. And although we didn't see the runner type in this command on camera, it's obvious he somehow inserted this command into the game off camera, which managed to spawn this shipwreck and ruined portal directly underneath. He just got caught cheating in 4K. Well, the runner heads down to the ruined portal and, are you kidding me? Despite the speedrunner literally cheating, he doesn't find a single piece of flint in the chest, meaning he can't craft flint and steel and therefore can't light the portal. So he's forced to head back up to the surface and search around the area to find flint. But as the speedrunner is doing this, notice this strange command that appears in the chat. Am I the only one who thinks this is suspicious? The command "we need to go deeper" refers to entering another portal, which the speedrunner clearly hasn't done because the portal wasn't even lit yet. But secondly, the other part of this command reads "join the game," which is also weird. A Minecraft achievement is not something that joins a game, but rather is achieved by a player. So all of this leads me to ask, is this Minecraft command even real? Well, let's take a closer look at what happens at the same moment this command appears. Because at the exact frame that it does, oh my gosh. In the right corner of the screen, you can clearly see another player has spawned in. And this makes me think this other player somehow changed his name to this command, meaning this message was actually there to show that this other player had joined the game. But why? Well, even though the runner doesn't locate a piece of flint anywhere on the surface, when he heads back down to the ruined portal chest, one has somehow appeared inside, despite this very same chest being completely empty a few moments ago. Meaning the one reason that this other player joined the world was to secretly add a piece of flint into this chest. And he tried to hide the fact that he joined the world by disguising himself with a custom Minecraft name. But these players are terrible at hiding their cheating. Well, the runner grabs the flint from the chest, makes flint and steel, and quickly heads into the nether. But wait a second. There's something about this speedrunner spawn that raises a ton of suspicion. And no, the spawn itself looks to be normal. As you can clearly see, the runner hasn't gained a single weird item in his inventory. But it's actually this nether fortress that garnered my attention. Because right away, notice how there are 2 torches located at the entrance of the fortress. And while torches may seem completely innocent and normal, it's actually impossible for any nether fortress to spawn with torches. So is this other player who just recently joined the world the one who did this? Well, when the runner gets a bit closer and starts to search around the fortress, more torches can be identified. And the runner spots a total of 9 different torches before locating this blaze spawner. But in what universe does finding 9 torches in a fortress possibly help the speedrun? Well, when the runner makes his way to the blaze spawner room, what? Look at the blaze spawner itself. There's some sort of weird keypad on top of it. Interesting. Well, the runner is clearly curious and goes to click the keypad, where he's prompted to enter some sort of code. Now, do you remember how I pointed out the runner not only finding 2 torches on the fortress entrance, but also 7 other torches throughout the fortress, for a total of 9 that he identified in the structure? Well, the runner puts 2 and 2 together, where he types in 9 into this keypad. And what do you know? A plethora of blazes immediately spawns in and fills up the blaze spawner room. Meaning this keypad locked the blaze spawner and wouldn't generate any blazes until the correct code of 9 was typed in. And the speedrunner's friends who joined the world a few moments ago clearly knew this, so he placed exactly 9 torches in this fortress, so the runner had a hint as to what the code might be. But I exposed their entire operation so easily. Well, once the blazes start to appear, the runner can easily begin killing them and collect blaze rods. But for some reason, once the runner collects 7 blaze rods, he doesn't want to stop and continues to kill blazes until he's collected 13 rods, which is very weird, as a normal Minecraft speedrunner would leave the fortress after collecting just 7, as collecting 13 is a huge waste of time. Well, the runner didn't collect this many blaze rods to have extra, but actually to distract us. Because this speedrunner knew viewers of the video would get bored and simply fast forward through this portion of the speedrun, which would allow him to cheat without anyone noticing. But I noticed something strange when the runner kills his 12th blaze. Oh my gosh! This blaze drops some sort of custom Minecraft compass? And blazes not only can't drop normal compasses, but is this type of compass even something in vanilla Minecraft? So, not only is this custom compass incredibly intriguing and suspicious, it now makes sense as to why the runner killed so many extra blazes, as it simply served as one big distraction so he could collect this item. Well, the runner clearly has more than enough blaze rods, so he exits the fortress and makes his way to a nearby bastion. And yes, the runner does the usual of collecting some gold blocks, crafting ingots, and even looting a few bastion chests. But this isn't important at all, because in the 9th slot of the runner's inventory, we're reminded of the incredibly strange looking compass the runner just collected. And the speedrunner quickly pulls it out and starts to follow this compass. And less than 30 seconds later, this compass leads the speedrunner straight towards the secret piglin trading room? Wait, What? And when the runner heads down and inside the structure, he has literally found himself face to face with one single piglin inside some sort of bunker that I've literally never seen before. And not only that, but when the runner goes to hover over this compass, no way. This compass is called the King Piglin Royal Compass, which means the entire reason the runner needed to distract us by killing way more blazes than normal was to collect this custom compass, which the runner then needed to locate the quote-unquote King Piglin. But why in the world is this piglin so important? Well, the runner throws a singular gold ingot towards this King Piglin, and in return, oh my gosh! The runner has received more ender pearls and obsidian than any player in Minecraft history. There's no way. This King Piglin has given the runner 3 stacks of ender pearls and 2 full stacks of obsidian. And it's now obvious why this King Piglin compass was so incredibly important, as it just gave the speedrunner every single item he needs. Well, with more items than any speedrunner has gotten from any piglin trade, the runner quickly builds another portal and heads to the overworld. And yes, his spawn does look completely normal on the surface, as he crafts a few eyes of ender and appears to be using the process of triangulation to locate the strongholds. But as the runner is throwing his eyes and following them, the speedrunner suddenly finds what? He has stumbled across quite possibly the world's goofiest looking strongholds. Not only has it spawned on top of the ground, when a real stronghold always spawns underground, but it also has a sign out front which has labeled this structure as the Strongay Holder. This stronghold is so goofy it's not even spelled right. Well, the runner opens the birch door to the stronghold, when a real stronghold has iron doors and oak doors, where each hallway is only 1 block wide. And after just 13 seconds, the runner finds the end portal room. Oh my gosh. There isn't even real lava, and instead, small Minecraft lava heads. Not to mention the end portal itself. Oh my gosh. The runner finds an end portal that is made up of only 4 end portal frames. This stronghold looks like something straight off of Temu. Well, while this stronghold is incredibly goofy and hilarious, it's actually a huge disadvantage, as it's simply impossible to light any end portal of this size. What in the world? The runner has just managed to light a 4-block end portal. I'm done questioning anything that happens in this speedrun. So, the runner spawns into the end, where he does get the achievement in the bottom left corner. But as the runner is casually running on the surface, what? The Ender Dragon's health quite literally disappears in an instant. And the runner can see that the dragon has suddenly died, and the speedrunner has completed the run. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a desert temple. And right off the bat, there's already something fake about the speedrun. No, it isn't the pyramid, as it appears to be completely normal. And it's not his world generation either, as it also looks completely legit. But take a very close look into the bottom right corner of the screen, where if you look carefully, you'll notice one block looks slightly different than the rest. This is a bone block, a block that clearly can't spawn in a desert biome, which means the runner placed this block himself off camera, and it's going to be very important later in the run. So the speedrun begins with the runner collecting some wood, creating a couple of tools, and heading towards the nearby temple. But as the runner is making his way into the structure, did you catch that? Here, I'll rewind and play the footage for you. Notice how as the speedrunner is moving, this cactus completely disappears. And because it's obvious a real Minecraft cactus doesn't just vanish, this confirms the speedrunner cut his recording. But why would he? Well, at this exact moment, take a look at the speedrunner's chat, where you can literally see a command that states nether_fortress transformation accepted. It's pretty obvious this is why he cut the footage, to try to hide this command. And while it doesn't make any sense now, keep it in mind for later in the run. So, the runner heads inside the temple, where there's not only a pressure plate like normal, but each chest contains completely standard loot. Well, wait a second, do they? Because in the second chest the runner loots, take a look at what he finds inside. Now, string, gunpowder, and horse armor are all standard items that you'd find here, but it's impossible to find both snowballs and oak logs in a pyramid chest. So how in the world did they spawn here? Well, the runner grabs these two items and quickly places down a crafting table, and that's when the runner crafts the slow falling snow cone? What in the world? When the runner holds the snow cone, he quite literally receives a slow falling effect. And first off, a snow cone is a completely fake item in Minecraft, but secondly, why in the world does he need a slow falling effect? Well, do you remember at the very start of the run, when the speedrunner found this strange bone block on the floor? Well, the runner makes his way towards the block, and when he breaks it, oh my gosh, he reveals a giant Minecraft cave that clearly didn't spawn naturally. And of course, the reason the runner created the snow falling snow cone was so he could jump all the way to the bottom of the cave without taking fall damage. And when he looks to his left, oh my gosh, he finds a ruined portal waiting for him. This cheating is hilarious. Well, the runner heads towards the ruined portal, where he opens the chest and appears to find some completely normal items. But wait a second, how did the runner get a diamond axe in his inventory? It clearly wasn't in any of the desert pyramid chests, and wasn't in the ruined portal chest either. Well, that's also what I thought, because if you played this part of the footage frame by frame, there's actually a single frame where you can see a diamond axe in this chest. And one frame later, there's a mysterious gray box placed over this exact item. If you couldn't tell, the runner clearly did this to hide the fact that there was a diamond axe in this chest, but placed in this gray box just one frame late. So, with a diamond axe equipped, the runner finishes building the ruins portal and makes his way into the nether. Now, his spawn looks to be pretty normal at a first glance, and it looks as though he begins to search for either a fortress or a bastion. But hold on, do you remember earlier in the speedrun when the runner accidentally revealed this strange command in the chat, which read nether_fortress transformation accepted? Well, the runner searches for a few more moments in the nether before, oh my gosh, he finds a nether fortress that's made of lucky blocks. And does that mean this command turned a normal fortress into a lucky block fortress? Well, the runner heads inside, and if you thought the outside was crazy, what he finds inside the fortress is even better, because along with finding a few overpowered fortress chests, he also finds a blaze spawner room with a rainbow blaze spawner. And that of course means every single blaze that spawns here looks absolutely insane. But I'm still confused on how this Minecraft command actually worked. Well, the runner starts to fight the blazes in the lucky block fortress, and of course, look what they drop. It's some sort of rainbow looking blaze rod that is literally called a lucky rod. And make sure you keep these items in mind, as they'll be super important for later in the speedrun. Well, the runner continues to fight these rainbow blazes until he collects 7 of the rods, where he leaves the lucky block fortress and wants to look for a bastion. And it seems as though he's found one pretty quickly, but wait a second, am I the only one who spotted what just happened? Look, as the speedrunner leaves the fortress and begins to look for the bastion, am I the only one who thinks this lava looks incredibly suspicious? It's literally floating in thin air, and on top of that, looks to me like it's in the shape of the number 7. But that's not all, because just moments later, the runner finds another strange lava generation, which this time looks like the number 1. So let's fast forward to when the runner does locate the position of the bastion, because for a brief second, he opens his F3 menu where, are you serious right now? The Y coordinate of this bastion is literally 71. I'm almost certain these two numbers made out of lava told the runner the exact coordinate of this bastion. This is all incredible. incredibly suspicious. So, the runner finds himself in front of a bastion, and after entering inside, he starts to act incredibly strange. You see, a real Minecraft speedrunner would immediately collect gold blocks to craft ingots and trade with piglins. But instead, this speedrunner pulls out his diamond axe he found earlier and starts mining magma blocks? And first off, how is he doing this? It's impossible to collect magma blocks when using a diamond axe, because I literally tested this out in my own Minecraft world. But secondly, why is the runner avoiding gold ingots and collecting magma blocks in the first place? Well, the runner grabs all the magma blocks he's collected and heads to the middle of the bastion where he starts to build some sort of structure. And after creating this very strange looking build, he types in the chat, "Piglins, reveal yourself." Okay, is this structure some sort of magical piglin summoner? No way. One by one, 3 different piglins literally fall from the sky and straight towards the center of this magma structure. And all the runner does is throw one single gold ingot towards these piglins, which in a normal speedrun would get you a maximum of 1 single item. But in this speedrun, throwing just 1 gold onto this magical structure, oh my gosh, literally makes it so items fall from out the sky right in front of you, and the loot contains fire resistance, ender pearls, and obsidian. All items that are perfect to continue with the run. So does that mean this structure the runner made out of magma blocks is actually a real piglin loot summoner? Well, the runner collects all this overpowered loot, but what happens next is very strange. Because with 13 blocks of obsidian, the runner can easily build a portal and head to the overworld. But instead, he decides to leave the bastion and starts to look for something very specific. He's wasting so much time. Well, that's when he finds... You gotta be kidding me. Is that a lava portal? There's no way this was added to the newest update. Well, he heads towards the lava portal, but hold on. Is he pulling out flint and steel? There's no way a lava portal actually works. You have to be joking. The runner somehow lights the lava portal. But that's not all, because when the runner jumps in the portal and goes to spawn in the overworld, wait a second. Did the runner spawn into the overworld in a lava pool? Is that even possible in real Minecraft? Oh my gosh. It's not just a lava pool, but literally the lava pool that exists in the end portal room. And now it's pretty obvious why the runner didn't build a normal nether portal and instead wanted to find the lava portal. Well, the runner finds himself in the end portal room, but wait, I think the runner's trolling because he starts throwing all of his ender pearls into the lava pool. And without ender pearls, how in the world is the runner going to light the portal? Well, do you remember earlier in the speedrun when I pointed out these rainbow lucky rods the runner got from the fortress? Well, the runner places down a crafting table and grabs these very rods, and that's when he creates the magical portal igniter? Is this a real Minecraft item? And despite this end portal only having 2 eyes inside, he whips out the magical portal igniter and actually lights the end portal, which means this end portal has lit with 10 frames missing eyes of ender. This is insane. So the runner jumps into the portal, makes his way into the end, and quickly builds over to the surface of this dimension. But he's not done cheating quite yet, because look, out of every single obsidian pillar in the end, there's one obsidian pillar that sticks out from the rest, and that's this end pillar, because if you look extremely closely, you'll actually notice a single piece of black wool that's trying to blend in with the structure. And it's pretty obvious that means this end pillar was clearly marked out. Well, the runner makes his way closer towards it before completely phasing through the pillar, which reveals a secret loot room inside the end pillar. Diamond armor, ender chests, command blocks, and more golden apples than any player would ever need. This is one of Minecraft's craziest loot rooms, but I'm still confused on how the runner phased through an obsidian wall. Well, the runner phases back out of the room and waits for the dragon to perch. But right before the dragon's about to, the speedrunner's screen starts to glitch all of a sudden. And out of nowhere, the dragon is just gone and the end gateway portal has lit on his own. His game was so laggy the dragon died by itself? This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a desert temple. But there's something about this desert temple that's incredibly suspicious. Because look, it not only looks incredibly unnatural and way too tall, but look at this part. There's literally a gap and a giant hole underneath it. And keep this very suspicious structure in your mind for later. Well, the run begins and the speedrunner collects some wood, crafts some tools. Hold on a second. Look at the message that just appeared in the bottom left corner. It has something to do with blocks being generated. Could this command somehow be related to the incredibly suspicious temple? Anyway, after the runner makes a few tools, he decides to skip the temple for now and instead makes his way towards a desert village. And while the loot in this desert village chest is completely normal and not suspicious at all, it's actually something in the runner's inventory that we need to look at. Because check out this item. Looks like it's your ordinary stone axe, right? Well, when the runner accidentally hovers over it, oh my gosh. This seemingly innocent stone axe is actually a desert temple dispatcher, which finally confirms that this desert temple did not spawn here naturally, but was instead spawned in manually by the runner using this custom Minecraft item. But how did he manage to make it look like an ordinary stone axe? Well, the runner continues to loot the village, where he kills the iron golem and collects a couple of iron ingots. But as the runner is leaving the village, take a very good look at this specific village building. Do you notice the incredibly strange shape that appears to be dug into this wall? It looks identical to the shape of a nether portal. And while the runner is simply passing it now, make sure to remember this for later too. Well, the runner leaves the village, where he heads back towards the desert temple that he literally spawned on his own. And of course, that means that when the runner drops down into the temple, the chests have some incredibly overpowered loot. Because in just the first 3 chests, the runner manages to find enough obsidian to build his own nether portal, along with extra diamonds, emeralds, and even golden apples. But while these 3 chests are very flashy and contain some well-known good loot, the 4th chest has one item that usually doesn't seem important, but is actually incredibly powerful. And that is this singular glowing ink sac. And while this item has no value at this point in the run, make sure you remember it because it's a key detail in something that will happen later. Well, the runner grabs all of the loot from this manually spawned desert temple, but instead of using his obsidian to build a portal right here, he instead decides to run all the way back to the desert village. But why? This is wasting an incredible amount of valuable time. Well, not only does the runner head back towards the desert village, but he runs back towards this specific village structure, which we pointed out had this very strange indent on the side of the wall. Well, of course, the runner goes up towards this very wall and places in blocks of obsidian in the exact same pattern marked out by the wall. And when the runner heads in the portal and goes to spawn into the nether, wait a second. I was expecting the runner to spawn in some sort of overpowered area. By the looks of it, he spawned in a random location. What? The runner turns around and finds himself directly in front of a nether fortress and a bastion. And according to ChatGPT, these 2 structures spawning this close to each other happens only 1 in 10,000 nether spawns, which clearly means the runner not only marked out this location as a reminder on where to build his portal, but he must have searched through thousands of seeds to get something this lucky. But wait, is that what really happened? Because do you remember earlier in the speedrun when I pointed out this seemingly normal stone axe that turned out to be a desert temple spawner in disguise, which the runner used to manually spawn in this pyramid? Well, if you go back to this incredibly lucky nether spawn, let's take a good look at this portion of the screen, where you can literally see a stone axe that is somehow floating in the air. And first off, how in the world is there an item floating in the nether? I know what you're thinking. Is another player holding this? Well, no, we haven't seen a single join message all speedrun. But secondly, I think it's obvious this stone axe is another version of the desert temple spawner, and this time, it has the power to spawn in both a fortress and a bastion. So we now know that this incredibly lucky spawn is actually completely fake and was artificially created with this stone axe. But we still haven't figured out how in the world the axe is floating, and is anyone actually holding this axe? Make sure to keep all of this in mind as it's gonna become important later in the run. Well, with two important structures literally right in front of him, I guess the runner randomly decides to enter the bastion first. And things look normal to me, as the runner collects some gold blocks, turns them into ingots, and starts looking for piglins to trade with. Hold on a second. We missed one giant detail about these two structures. Because if we rewind the footage and pause here, do you notice what we were missing? If you look closely onto this part of the bastion, you can clearly see there's a sign, and it has the number 1 on it. And if you then look closely onto this part of the fortress, there's another sign here too, this time with the number 2. Which makes me think the runner didn't just randomly choose to enter the bastion first, but instead chose the bastion because it had the number 1 on it. But why does it matter which structure the runner visits first? That will become clear very soon. Well, the runner starts to trade with the piglins in the bastion, and everything looks normal at a first glance, as the runner collects soul sand, string, and of course, a few ender pearls and pieces of obsidian. Now, while the items he's getting are completely normal, the amount of each item is incredibly suspicious. Because after just 30 seconds of trading, look at how full the runner's inventory is. Every single slot is filled up, and he's also managed to get 16 ender pearls and 20 pieces of obsidian. But how is this possible? How has the runner collected all of these items in less than 30 seconds? Well, if we rewind the footage and pause it here, you can actually spot some sort of piglin contraption in the sky. Look, there's a piglin who appears to be trapped inside some sort of glass. And there's also a dropper right next to it with gold floating right here and a bunch of redstone. And this makes me think the runner has built some sort of automatic piglin trading system that's been dropping items from the sky straight into the runner's inventory. And not only am I very confused on how this contraption even works, it also reveals that this is the reason the runner could collect so many items from the piglins in such a short time. Well, the runner has more than enough items to continue with the speedrun, so he heads out of the bastion and towards the nether fortress. But while the runner is searching through the fortress to find a blaze spawner, the runner sees something incredibly interesting. Take a glance at this strange and very unnatural floating box. It's more than obvious this type of structure doesn't spawn in a Minecraft fortress. Well, the runner unfortunately doesn't have enough blocks in his inventory to build over it, and he clearly doesn't want to waste any of his obsidian, so he decides to throw an ender pearl straight at the structure. Bro, why wouldn't you have thrown the pearl on top of the structure? You're gonna hit it and fall off. What? This ender pearl somehow phases through the wall, and the runner is teleported into a giant and secret loot room. Okay, hold on. How did an ender pearl just phase through this wall? Everybody knows ender pearls do not have the power to phase through blocks. Well, before the runner goes and looks through all of the chests in this secret bunker, this part of the run also explains something huge. Because do you remember the 1 and 2 signs on both the bastion and the fortress, which led the runner to entering the bastion first and the fortress second? Well, it's pretty obvious the runner is the one who placed these signs, as he needed to visit the bastion first, as that's the only way he could get ender pearls. And he needed the ender pearls because without blocks, he would have had no way to make it to this secret bunker. And so, of course, when the runner opens his first chest in this bunker, oh my gosh. It's quite literally filled with an absurd and completely unnecessary amount of blaze rods, meaning the runner now has everything they need to head towards the overworld. I still want to know how in the world this overpowered bunker just spawned. Well, the runner clearly has all the items he needs to continue with the speedrun, but instead of building another portal in this room, the runner decides to pearl back towards the fortress. Very interesting. Well, once back in the fortress, the runner seems to be traveling in what looks like a very specific path. And out of nowhere, what? The runner literally just phases through this wall, which reveals another secret and unknown nether fortress room. And let me replay that. There were no cuts or editing whatsoever. This speedrunner literally just teleported through this wall. Can someone please explain how the runner is teleporting through solid blocks? Now, while this secret room and personal nether portal is incredibly awesome, I'm still very confused. I mean, the runner literally has 14 pieces of obsidian in their inventory, so while this room is very cool, he's clearly wasting time because he could have just built a portal on his own. Well, the runner enters the portal in this secret room where, what? I was expecting this portal to lead somewhere incredibly overpowered, but it looks like he's just spawned in a random location. Well, that's what he wants you to think. Because as the runner is seemingly searching in this area, pause the footage at this frame, where if you look closely, you can spot a singular moss carpet that's sitting on top of this grass block and clearly trying to blend in. Well, of course, the runner sees this and starts to dig down at this exact location. And after just moments of digging straight down, oh my gosh, the runner finds himself directly into a stronghold. And this explains everything. The reason the runner left the overpowered nether bunker was to head back to the fortress, where he then phased through this wall and used this specific nether portal as it directed the runner straight to this moss carpet. And this carpet was conveniently sitting directly above the stronghold. This part of the speedrun was one elaborate scheme just to help the runner cheat. Well, the runner drops down into the stronghold, where if I have to give him some credit, he does get the achievement for entering into it. And the speedrunner then begins to look for the end portal room, which is normal. And the runner actually does locate it, but what? The runner sees another player waiting for him, who is not only wearing a full set of netherite armor, but is also holding a stone axe. Which means, wait, is this the same stone axe that we saw floating in the nether? Is this the player that's responsible for spawning in these overpowered nether structures? But how could this player have possibly been in the speedrun? We haven't seen a single join message in the chat. Well, let's rewind all the way back to very early in the speedrun, because we need to carefully analyze the runner's spawn into the nether. You probably didn't catch it the first time, but now notice and see how incredibly slow this spawn is. The runner is stuck on this generating world screen for over 8 seconds. Now, you may be thinking this is simply due to a slow computer, but that isn't the case, because later in the run, when he spawns into the overworld, it happens almost instantly. So the runner actually lagged his game on purpose, so it would take a very long time for him to spawn in the nether. But why in the world would he do this? Well, while the runner was stuck on this loading screen, that's when his friend joined the world. And the join message clearly disappeared before the runner spawned back in. And that now reveals why the runner needed to lag his game, because he needed the time to be able to cover up the join message in the chat. And this player is also likely the one who built the piglin trading contraption, the custom nether loot room, along with this nether portal room that the runner somehow phased into. And don't worry, this other player isn't done, because after the runner crafts his eyes of ender and successfully lights the portal, this other player jumps into the end and joins the runner. Now, while this speedrunner's spawn is completely normal, as the runner is still in survival, hasn't gained any items in his inventory, and finds the ender dragon at full health, this other player wastes no time pulling out an enchanted bow and starts to break all of the crystals. But pause. Do you remember way earlier in the run when the runner was looting this desert temple? And I pointed out this glowing ink sac, which has been unimportant all speedrun, but the runner was clearly saving for later. Well, once the runner makes his way to the surface, he places down a crafting table, and he uses this very glowing ink sac as the final item in crafting the glowing ink sac grave launcher, which the runner pulls out and shows that it can shoot a glowing ink sac sonic boom into the air. There's no way this item was added in Minecraft's newest update. Well, after the other player finishes breaking all of the crystals, the speedrunner waits for the dragon to perch, and he pulls out the glowing ink sac grave launcher and one-shots the ender dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a ruined portal. But hold on a second, pause the footage. As the speedrunner is making his way towards the portal, notice how the hearts in his inventory are completely glitching. And while it's more than likely this is simply some sort of visual bug, remember the fact that this speedrunner is glitching for later in the run. So, the speedrun begins, and before the runner goes to loot the ruined portal, he first collects some wood and crafts a couple of tools. But as the runner is creating a stone pickaxe, did you catch that? Look, before the runner finishes placing all of the stone he needs in the crafting table, the stone pickaxe has somehow already been generated. And while a stone pickaxe is nothing that's gonna break the game, how in the world is the runner crafting one without finishing the recipe? Well, the runner grabs the rest of his tools before heading towards the ruins portal. But once again, the speedrunner has somehow managed to cheat, because as the runner is heading towards the ruined portal, notice how a piece of obsidian spawns out of thin air. And not only were there clearly no cuts in the recording, but the runner doesn't even have any obsidian, meaning he couldn't have placed the extra block here even if he wanted to. So how in the world did the obsidian just spawn there? Keep all these little cheats and glitches in mind for later in the run. Well, the runner goes to loot the ruined portal chest, and despite an extra piece of obsidian spawning in thin air, he unfortunately ends up being one block short of completing the portal. So the runner quickly decides to head towards a village to get some extra loot. But as he's heading into the village, what? Let's take an extremely close look at this iron golem. Out of nowhere, this iron golem somehow manages to clone itself. Look, notice how this one singular iron golem suddenly turns into two in the blink of an eye. Now, I almost let this speedrunner get away with this, assuming there's simply one more glitch with this specific world. However, when the speedrunner opens his inventory just a few seconds later, he accidentally exposes himself for cheating. Because already in the speedrun, this speedrunner's hearts were terribly glitching. He somehow crafted a stone pickaxe without finishing the recipe. A block of obsidian was spawned in midair, and an iron golem has somehow managed to clone. But how in the world is all of this happening? Well, let's take a close look at this iron shovel in the runner's inventory. Yes, an iron shovel is a very normal Minecraft item that isn't overpowered in the slightest. However, the problem is that the runner hasn't crafted a single iron shovel all speedrun, meaning he must have gotten this item before he started recording. But secondly, let's see what happens when the runner hovers over this item. Oh my gosh! He reveals this item is literally called the developer console stick, which if you didn't know, a Minecraft console is essentially the place where you can code and create anything in the whole game, which makes me think this iron shovel is somehow some sort of custom Minecraft item that has been custom coded to do impossible Minecraft tasks, such as summoning obsidian in thin air or duplicating any mobs. But don't worry, this isn't the last time the runner has custom coded something to help him cheat. Well, With 2 iron golems to work with, the runner gets double the iron a normal speedrunner would before quickly making his way back towards the ruined portal. But wait, the speedrunner has made a giant mistake. The whole purpose of him heading to the village was to collect the last block of obsidian he needs to finish the portal. But he got so distracted with cloning this iron golem that he left the village without looting a single chest. So how in the world is the runner supposed to finish the portal and head to the nether? Well, the runner grabs all the extra iron that he collected from the cloned golems, and when he heads to a crafting table and places them down, what? Using iron ingots, the runner somehow manages to craft exactly 1 block of obsidian. And not only is this the exact last block he needs to complete the portal, but how did he use iron ingots to craft this obsidian? That's not even a real crafting recipe in vanilla Minecraft. So, not only can the runner finish the portal and prepare to head to the nether, but it's now obvious why the runner needed to clone this iron golem, as he needed the extra iron ingots so he could use them to craft obsidian. And this is all thanks to the developer console stick, and this cheating is out of control. So, the runner lights the nether portal, enters it, and quickly spawns into the nether, but come on! He's already managed to cheat despite being in the nether for less than 5 seconds. Because take a good look into the left corner of the screen. You can actually spot 2 pieces of glowstone disappear in thin air. And first off, how in the world did 2 blocks randomly vanish without anything touching it? But secondly, these 2 blocks of glowstone are clearly in a place and position that don't spawn naturally, which makes me think the runner has somehow managed to place them on his own. Well, his first order of business is heading towards the exact position these glowstone blocks were located. And once a speedrunner builds up and makes his way to these blocks' exact location, what? All of a sudden, the speedrunner manages to break a block in the air? What? Which reveals some sort of secret Minecraft tunnel. Okay, hold on. Were these 2 pieces of glowstone literally there to hide some sort of secret Minecraft tunnel? And once the runner builds up into this secret tunnel, he of course starts to travel in the exact direction it's leading him. And that's when all of a sudden, oh my gosh, the speedrunner ends up directly in front of a fortress. And that means, yes, these 2 glowstone blocks were clearly there to remind the speedrunner of the exact position of this secret Minecraft tunnel. And the reason they disappeared right after the runner spawned in was because he was hoping we wouldn't spot them in the air and therefore we wouldn't get suspicious. But I'm more confused on how in the world this secret Minecraft tunnel is even possible to be built. It must have something to do with the developer console stick. Well, the runner makes his way into the fortress, where if I have to give him some credit, he does get the achievement for entering into it. But there's one factor about this nether fortress that's incredibly odd. And did you catch it? Well, if you've been paying attention, you'll actually notice that the runner hasn't located a single blaze spawner room, which is incredibly weird, as a normal Minecraft fortress will spawn with at least 2 blaze spawner rooms. So did this speedrunners simply get unlucky, or is this another sign that the runner has cheated? Well, if you pause the footage at this frame, let's take a very close look at the runner's inventory. Notice these 4 blocks in the corner of his inventory that the runner has somehow obtained, despite him not collecting a single one of them all speedrun. And notice how suspicious they are. They're all a stack of 64 each. And one more thing, all of these blocks happen to be the exact same blocks that are used to build a nether fortress. And if we rewind the footage all the way back to when the runner was in this secret tunnel, let's play this part of the footage in slow motion, where you can actually spot a singular cut in the footage, which reveals a very suspicious message in the chat. And it reads the command, structure _ insert spawn _ blocks. And all of these factors point to this fortress literally being generated on its own with this command. And that would explain why the runner had these 4 blocks in his inventory, as the command must have required the runner to have those blocks for it to actually work. And that could also explain why the runner didn't find a single blaze spawner, as when the runner generated this fortress on its own, there must have been a glitch in the generation. But why in the world would generating a nether fortress on your own possibly help the runner? Well, that's because this speedrunner is clearly following some sort of special path. And all of a sudden, what? The speedrunner manages to fall directly through the floor into one of Minecraft's most overpowered blaze loot rooms. I mean, look, there is literally an entire row of blazes, each trapped in a box of glass. And inside this chest has one netherite sword with a looting enchantment, meaning every single blaze that the runner kills will drop double or triple the blaze rods. And all of this means the reason the runner generated a fortress on its own was so he could build this custom and secret Minecraft blaze room, so he could kill blazes much quicker, collect blaze rods faster, and get a better speedrun time. But I've caught everything this guy did in 4K. Well, the runner starts to kill all of the blazes with this extremely overpowered netherite sword, and he literally collects all the rods that he needs in less than 30 seconds. And the next order of business is for the runner to locate a bastion. But the runner doesn't start to look for the bastion in a way you'd likely expect, because the runner seems to think his most optimal strategy is to head towards this lava pool. And first off, why is the runner traveling here? It's more than obvious there's no bastion in this lava pool. But secondly, even if the runner thought a bastion was at the end of the lava pool, he doesn't even have enough blocks in his inventory to build across. So why in the world is the runner stopping here? Well, that's when the runner casually starts running in the air? Wait a second, look! The speedrunner is somehow floating and running directly over this lava pool. And after running in midair for less than 30 seconds, the runner finds himself face to face with a bastion. Hold on, let me replay that. Look, this speedrunner is casually walking in the air. Has the runner somehow figured out how to defy Minecraft physics? Well, after building up to the bastion and breaking in, the runner finds himself in the heart of this structure, where he does collect some gold blocks and then turns them into ingots. And for the first time in a while, it appears as though the speedrunner is actually playing legit, as he throws gold at the piglins and starts to trade with them like any normal speedrunner. But I spoke too soon, because as the runner is casually trading with these piglins, take a look at what's happening in the background, because somehow there's a Minecraft piglin who's building a nether portal? Okay, what? First off, how in the world is a piglin building things in vanilla Minecraft? It's not even possible for a piglin to place any blocks, yet build a perfect nether portal. But secondly, why is the speedrunner acting like nothing's happening? Listen to this speedrunner's audio. He's literally whistling while a piglin is building a nether portal, as if he sees this happen every single day. And that means that despite the runner only collecting 4 blocks of obsidian from the piglin trades, he has no problem heading back to the overworld and continuing the run. Seriously, I have no idea what's even happening anymore. Well, the runner heads towards the nether portal that was built by a piglin and spawns back into the overworld. But when the runner spawns in, I think we all know he's gonna cheat yet again. Because let's take a very close look at this mountain in the distance. While you may be thinking this mountain is completely normal, there's one thing about it that's incredibly strange. Because you can actually make out the shape of an arrow that is pointing to the left. And yes, I guess it is possible that this mountain simply generated with this shape in it. But it's very suspicious that the runner travels in the same direction the arrow is pointing. Very odd for sure. Well, the runner continues to run and follow the direction of the arrow, but he suddenly decides to turn to the right. Okay, good. I guess that means this mountain was just a coincidence. Well, not exactly, because let's take a look at this mountain. This one also happens to have an arrow, this time pointing to the right. And that has to mean the reason the runner switched directions this time was because he saw a second arrow. Okay, but where in the world are all of these arrows even leading the runner? Well, after about 30 seconds of following this direction, oh my gosh. The speedrunner finds himself face to face with the Stronghold helper employee in training? What? Okay, first off, having multiple players in a solo speedrun is clearly not allowed. But secondly, this other player's name leads me to believe he's somehow gonna help the runner locate a stronghold. And sure enough, this other player quickly types in chat, urging the runner to follow exactly where he's going. Well, the Stronghold helper employee in training quickly runs in a very specific path, eventually stopping at this not suspicious at all set of trap doors. And when the runner jumps down, oh no! The runner literally falls into lava and he's actually getting close to dying. Okay, I guess that's why this Stronghold helper was in training. Now, it's pretty obvious this other player made a mistake, but at the end of the day, he's still a Stronghold helper employee, because after the runner recovers from the lava, he starts breaking down in this exact location. And just a few moments later, oh my gosh, the runner drops down straight into the Stronghold. Which means yes, this Stronghold helper employee in training did lead the runner to the exact location of the Stronghold. And he didn't have to use a single Eye of Ender to locate this structure. And that is even funnier because when the runner locates the end portal room, he ends up needing to use all 12 of his Eyes of Ender. Meaning without this personal guide to lead him to the strongholds, he would have had to throw the Eyes of Ender into the air, and one definitely would have broke, meaning he would have had no way to continue the run. I want all of my speedruns to feature this overpowered Stronghold helper. Well, the runner quickly lights the end portal, and he jumps in, quickly making his way into the end. And thankfully, things look completely normal at first glance. But when the runner makes his way to the surface, oh my gosh. Despite us not seeing his friend jump in the portal at all, the Stronghold helper employee in training has somehow made it to the end. And of course, he helps out the speedrunner even more by dropping him a diamond sword. Now, you're probably thinking that this diamond sword is a complete waste, considering the runner already has a netherite sword in his inventory. However, when the runner hovers over this diamond sword, oh my gosh, this singular diamond sword somehow does 2040 damage. Well, of course, with a sword that is this overpowered, the speedrunner doesn't even bother breaking a single end crystal and runs up to the dragon, literally one-tapping it. This next speedrun begins, and right off the bat, there's already something fake about the speedrun. No, it isn't the speedrunner's world generation. As we can clearly see, he isn't using a set seed, and it's not the spawn itself, because the runner is clearly facing completely straight. But when the runner opens his F3 menu, let's take a very close look at his coordinates. In a real Minecraft speedrun, your spawn will always be within 256 blocks of the 0-0 origin. However, in this speedrun, you can clearly see the runner's X coordinate is 267 blocks. And this leads me to believe the runner has been moving around before he started recording. And this is further supported a few seconds later, where we can spot a singular block of stone on the ground that he clearly forgot to clean up. Both of these factors point to this speedrunner being on the world before he started recording, which will become a much more important factor later in the run. So, the speedrun begins and the runner collects some wood, crafts a few tools, and makes his way to a nearby village. But look! At this exact frame, we can spot another item that was left on the ground, this time a wooden sword, which is yet another hint to this player being being on the world before recording. Well, as the runner loots a few chests and collects some hay, he reveals exactly how he's cheated. Because look, despite the runner just entering the village, the iron golem has already been damaged. And not only that, because in the corner of the screen at this frame, you can spot a command block on the floor. And it's not a surprise that this command block features one singular command, and that is to damage any iron golem upon a player joining the world. And this means the reason the runner was on the world before he started recording was to set up this command block with this specific command, so as soon as the runner joined the world, the iron golem would immediately take damage. And that would give him a massive time advantage during the speedrun. This speedrunner is off to a horrendous start. So, with this iron golem already being damaged, the runner kills it in record time and quickly collects the iron ingots he needs, before leaving the village and heading towards a ruins portal. But pause the footage here, because I want you to see if you could spot exactly what's fake about this ruins portal. Did you notice it? Well, first, it's important to explain that in Minecraft, there's a total of 13 different ruined portal types, each portal being slightly different in shape and size, and containing different amounts of obsidian. However, one thing that is consistent among all 13 of the ruins portal variations is the fact that they each contain some sort of stone brick block. And as you can see by the ruins portal this speedrunner finds, there is not only 0 stone brick blocks, but instead smooth stone blocks. And smooth stone happens to be a block that doesn't exist in any ruins portal. And these two factors mean this ruined portal is not one of the 13 possible variations, and just proves the runner has created this portal from scratch before he started recording. And this makes even more sense because just a few moments ago, I pointed out how the runner clearly forgot to pick up a piece of smooth stone on the ground, which was obviously the same stone block he used to incorrectly build this ruins portal. Well, the runner makes his way towards the completely fake ruins portal, where to nobody's surprise, he finds the exact amount of obsidian he needs to complete the shape of the portal. But the runner messed up big time, because despite cheating, he actually forgot to place a piece of flint and steel in the chest, meaning the runner has no way to light this ruins portal. Well, the runner doesn't seem to be worried, because he heads towards this patch of gravel and starts to mine the blocks, which makes me think he's simply going to collect the flint on his own so he can craft flint and steel and successfully light the portal. But what? The runner mines this block of gravel, which drops a nether portal item? Wait, what in the world? Since when was a nether portal a type of item you can collect in Minecraft? Well, the runner grabs this portable nether portal and quickly heads back to the ruins portal. But instead of lighting it, the runner instead turns to the right and what? Using this item, the runner somehow generates an entire nether portal on the spot. And it not only appeared out of thin air, but it's also fully lit and ready to be used. Does that mean this nether portal item has the ability to summon a nether portal on command? This is insane. Well, the runner heads inside the nether portal, but when he spawns into the nether, what? Instead of spawning into the nether, the runner finds himself in some sort of diamond dimension? Okay, was this dimension added in Minecraft's newest update? Well, the runner walks around the dimension, which is literally made almost completely out of diamond blocks and diamond ore. And the runner is clearly following a very specific direction. And after only about 1 minute of searching through this wild dimension, what? The runner spots some sort of diamond portal. Was a diamond portal also added in the newest update? Well, the runner goes to enter the diamond portal where, oh my gosh, the runner has now successfully found himself in the nether. But take a look at the ground. Somehow, the nether has generated with a diamond line on the floor. And of course, being that the runner was just in the diamond dimension, he's clearly intrigued and wants to follow this line. And just a few moments later, oh my gosh, this diamond path has led the speedrunner straight to a nether fortress. And that means this diamond dimension that the runner was just in for a few moments has the power to generate a literal diamond pathway that somehow directs the runner to the closest and most optimal speedrun structure. Well, the runner heads inside the nether fortress, and despite the crazy way that he got there, he does actually get the achievement in the bottom left corner of the screen and finds a blaze spawner that looks to be completely normal. But I hope you didn't forget about the diamond dimension and diamond path that the runner used to get here. Because when he kills his very first blaze, oh my gosh, this blaze has dropped an entire stack of diamonds for the speedrunner. And first off, it's more than obvious a blaze doesn't naturally drop diamonds. But secondly, how in the world could this possibly help the speedrunner? Sure, I guess he could use the diamonds to craft diamond armor and tools, but that wouldn't really help his speedrun time be faster in any way. Well, after the runner kills a few more blazes, he ends up collecting a total of 4 diamond stacks. And while they aren't doing anything now, keep these diamond stacks in mind as they will be crucial for when the runner is in the bastion. Anyway, the speedrun continues and the runner fights a few more blazes, and unlike the amount of diamonds he gets, the amount of blaze rods he gets is completely normal, and the runner quickly leaves the fortress and begins to search for a bastion. But while the runner is casually searching throughout the nether, what in the world? He comes across an enormous group of piglins that seem to be located in one single area. Okay, hold on. Am I the only one who thinks this is incredibly weird? Well, you may be thinking these piglins, while very suspicious, are completely normal, as there is no Minecraft rule against this many piglins spawning in a nether waste biome. But as the runner gets closer, wait, what? The runner spots a secret diamond hole underneath this giant group of piglins. And when he opens the trap door and jumps down, oh my gosh, he finds one of the craziest looking portals that I've quite possibly ever seen. And first off, it's more than obvious this secret portal room does not spawn naturally in vanilla Minecraft. But secondly, these piglins are clearly fake. And the reason they were all spawned here and bunched up in a circle was actually to cover up this secret portal room. And the runner is clearly the one who spawned in these piglins. Anyway, the runner goes to enter this custom and crazy looking portal, and what? The runner finds himself spawning straight into the bastion. Since when was a bastion portal added to vanilla Minecraft? Well, the runner enters the bastion, and to his credit, he does that completely normal by collecting some gold blocks and turning them into ingots. But as the runner is searching throughout the bastion, pause the footage, because at this very frame, you can actually spot a custom Minecraft chest that is named the Diamond Deposit Chest and is clearly made of diamonds. And now, do you remember when the runner collected 4 stacks of diamonds from these blazes? Well, the runner goes to open the chest, where he finds a note that reads this: deposit diamond stacks for piglin loot. Does that mean the sole purpose of these blazes dropping diamonds was for the runner to place them in this chest? Why would he do that? Well, I guess the runner is interested in giving away 4 stacks of diamonds, so he follows the directions and deposits every single diamond into this chest. But when the runner turns back around, wait, what in the world? The entire bastion has turned to pure diamond. But not only that, because every single piglin has somehow acquired diamond armor too. which means depositing diamonds into this chest has literally turned the entire bastion overpowered. Well, of course, once everything has turned into pure diamonds, the runner starts to trade with these piglins, and they waste no time not only giving the runner all of the pearls and obsidian he needs, but also gives him an entire set of enchanted diamond gear. This is insane. Well, the runner quickly builds another portal and heads back to the overworld. And thankfully, there doesn't seem to be any diamonds in sight as the runner heads to shore to craft some eyes of ender and then starts to look for the stronghold. But I spoke too soon, because watch. The runner throws this eye of ender into the air, which you may think is completely normal, as he's likely using triangulation to locate the position of the strongholds. However, when the runner looks back down, oh my gosh. Throwing this eye of ender has actually created another diamond path on the floor, which the runner follows all the way to this specific location, and he digs down straight into the strongholds. So much for this part of the speedrun being normal. Well, the runner drops down into the strongholds, where if I have to give some credit, he does get the achievement for entering into it. And thankfully, as the runner makes his way around the strongholds, there doesn't seem to be a single diamond in sight. But things get weird once again when the runner finds the end portal room. And no, the portal itself is actually completely normal and contains 2 eyes of ender, which is very standard. But what's weird is that the runner goes to this lava pool and throws every single eye of ender in the lava. Wait, what? Did the runner forget that he hasn't lit the portal yet? How could he continue without a single eye of ender? Well, while it may have seemed like it, this actually wasn't a mistake, but instead was completely planned by the speedrunner, because he heads over to the other lava pool, and after getting rid of all of the lava, oh my gosh, the speedrunner has found a diamond lever, and when the runner flicks the lever, a message appears in chat claiming the end portal has been lit with diamond, and when the runner turns back around and goes to check the portal, no way! It's not only been lit, but like the message said, has been lit with diamond. This is out of control. And when the runner jumps in and spawns into the end, yeah, every single thing in this dimension is also built out of diamond. But wait, look at the end gateway portal a bit more closely, because there's actually another diamond chest that has spawned on top of it. And when the runner goes to loot this chest, wait, what? He doesn't find a single overpowered item inside, but instead a singular note. And all it reads is this: type out the word diamond. Okay, what? I know diamonds were a huge theme throughout the speedrun, but how could typing out the word possibly help? Is this one giant troll in the speedrunner to waste his time? Well, the runner must trust whoever wrote the note, because he closes the chest and opens his chat, and he starts to type in the very word diamond. But when he presses enter, what? The Ender Dragon's health bar disappears in an instant, and the dragon must be dead because he is completely gone. This next speedrun begins, and at a first glance, it appears fairly normal. He's selecting the first slot of his inventory, he's in survival mode, and his hunger bar is completely full. But take a closer look at this speedrunner's crosshair. In a real Minecraft speedrun, your crosshair will always be parallel to the surrounding blocks. But in this speedrun, we can actually see that the crosshair is angled slightly downwards, which means this world generation is completely fake, and the runner has already been on this world. So the run begins, and the speedrunner collects some wood, crafts a couple of tools, and makes his way to a nearby desert temple. But pause the footage here, cause there's actually something fake about this desert temple. In a real desert temple, only the front 2 corners have a desert pyramid pillar. However, in this desert temple, you can clearly see all 4 corners contain a pillar. But that's not all, because in a real desert temple, none of the pillars contain a single chest inside, while in this speedrun, all 4 of the pillars contain one single chest. And these 2 factors clearly point to the runner building this temple on his own before recording. But what did the runner even need 4 extra chests? Well, you'll actually notice the chests aren't overpowered at all, because each of them only contains one single item inside. And while all 4 of these items seem completely useless now, later in the speedrun, they're going to be a tool to help the speedrunner cheat terribly. So, the runner leaves the desert temple and makes his way to a nearby desert village. But wait a second, did you catch that? As the speedrunner makes his way towards the village, pause the footage at this frame, because let's take a closer look at this cactus formation. Am I the only one who thinks it looks exactly like an arrow? And while this isn't important now, make sure to remember this cactus arrow for later in the speedrun. So, the runner enters the village, where he gathers some hay, loots a few chests, and goes to kill the iron golem. There's just one issue, because along with iron ingots, this iron golem also drops melon slices? What in the world? And when the runner grabs the melon slices and opens up a crafting table, he makes a watermelon boat. And first off, it's more than obvious an iron golem doesn't drop melon slices. But secondly, a melon boat is not only a completely fake Minecraft item, but how can it even possibly help in the speedrun? Well, the runner grabs the melon boat, where he heads to a nearby water source and jumps inside. And this is what's weird, because the watermelon boat starts to move. Wow, according to the speedrunner, he isn't the one who's controlling it. Does that mean this melon boat has the power to travel on its own? Well, this boat continues to transport the speedrunner across the water, while again, the runner itself isn't controlling it. And just a few seconds later, oh my gosh, this melon boat has led the runner straight to a ruined portal. And can anyone explain how a boat made of a literal melon not only can move on its own, but transports the runner straight to a ruined portal? This is insane. So, the runner hops out of the boat and goes to loot the ruined portal chest. But wait a second, there's one item in this ruined portal chest that's completely fake. Because while this fire charge may look normal, the runner accidentally reveals it's a mega fire charge, which is definitely not something that exists in vanilla Minecraft. Interesting. Well, the runner grabs the rest of the loot from the chest, but things continue to get weird, because instead of building the shape of a normal portal, this speedrunner instead builds one of the weirdest looking nether portals I've ever seen. Is this guy new to Minecraft? Since when does a nether portal look like this? Well, the runner grabs the mega fire charge he found in the chest, and when he pulls it out and goes to light the portal, no way! This strange portal somehow manages to light with some sort of orange portal. And I think that means the mega fire charge and this strange portal shape were actually created on purpose by the runner to craft this custom nether portal. But hold on, where does this portal even lead? Well, the runner quickly heads inside, and when he spawns in, what in the world? The runner spawns in a fortress that has somehow spawned in the overworld? What on earth? And not only do I have no clue how this is even possible, it's pretty obvious this strange portal is responsible for spawning the player here. Well, the runner starts to travel around the overworld fortress, where he actually manages to locate a blaze spawner and collect 7 blaze rods almost immediately. And while this overworld fortress is very cool, there's actually one problem. Because considering the runner is still in the overworld, how in the world is he supposed to go to a bastion? Well, the runner heads back towards the strange orange portal that got him here in the first place, but when he enters it and spawns back in And this time, no way. The runner has not only spawned in the nether, but also straight into a bastion. And this makes absolutely no sense, because this portal should have teleported the runner to the ruins portal he was at earlier. So how in the world did the portal change its spawn destination? Well, after somehow spawning into a bastion, things finally start to go back to normal, as the speedrunner collects gold blocks, turns them into ingots, and finds a group of piglins. All completely standard speedrunning activity. But as the runner throws his gold at the piglins, pause the footage at this frame, because in the right side of the screen, you'll actually notice another player has spawned in. And not only does this mean the runner is on a multiplayer world, something banned during a solo speedrun, but look at what this player's holding. It appears to be some sort of custom Minecraft wand. Well, the runner continues to trade with the piglins, where the loot he's getting isn't very good. And I guess this makes the runner mad, because he literally decides to type in chat asking his friend to help him out. Wait a second, wasn't he supposed to hide that the other player is in the world? By sending this message, he's just exposed that he's cheating. Anyway, the runner's friend must have read the message, because he swings the strange wand he was holding, and what? Every single piglin in the bastion suddenly becomes giant. Is this item that he's holding some sort of wand that can turn any mob ginormous? And not only does having giant piglins in a speedrun make it super funny, but the piglin being giant also makes it more overpowered, because all of a sudden, every single trade the runner gets is extremely good, and he ends up collecting a total of 32 ender pearls and 64 blocks of obsidian from the giant piglins. But could someone explain what Minecraft item his friend has that gives him the ability to make piglins giant? Well, the runner grabs all his loot from the piglins, where he builds another portal and prepares to head into the overworld. But when the runner spawns back in, do you notice what's fake about this part of the run? That's right, the runner actually spawns in the exact same area that his world spawn was. Look, there's the exact same tree he broke at the start of the run, with the exact same crafting table right next to it. And this is impossible. This speedrunner has clearly traveled thousands of blocks throughout the run, meaning his spawn back into the overworld should also be thousands of blocks away from his world spawn. Well, the runner is clearly here for a reason, because he wants to head towards the desert village he found earlier. Now, do you remember near the very start of the speedrun, when I pointed out how this cactus formation looked like an arrow? Well, the runner clearly noticed this cactus arrow too, because he heads towards it and digs straight down in the same position the arrow is pointing. And just a few moments later, you gotta be kidding me, the runner falls straight into a stronghold. Which means yes, this cactus formation was actually an arrow, and the runner clearly built this himself before recording to remind him exactly where the stronghold was located. Well, the runner falls into the stronghold, where he somehow gets the achievement for entering inside. And after looting a stronghold chest, his next order of business is finding the end portal room. But wait a second, pause the footage, because at this very frame, you can clearly see the runner's friend has activated a glowing effect, giving him a very obvious white outline around his player. And of course, the runner follows this exact white outline all the way to the end portal room. These players are terrible at hiding their cheating. So, the runner enters the end portal room, lights the portal, and makes his way into the end. And sure, his spawn into the end does seem completely normal, as the runner does get the achievement in the bottom left corner, and on top of that, the ender dragon has full health. But pause. Do you remember near the very beginning of the speedrun, when I pointed out this desert temple having 4 pillars instead of 2? And how each of these pillars contained a chest with one single item, leading us to believe the runner placed the chest there himself, as these 4 items would become important? Well, when the runner makes his way to the surface of the end, he finds this strange looking block that almost looks like some sort of Minecraft safe. And right next to it is a sign that states, deposit items. Clearly, this sign is referring to the 4 items the runner collected from the desert pyramid. But what could depositing 4 items in this Minecraft safe possibly do? Well, the runner decides to place each of the items inside this block, and just a few moments later, oh my gosh, one of the craziest looking weapons I've ever seen falls out of the sky, and when he looks closer, this insane Minecraft weapon literally does 67,000 damage per attack. And not only does that mean the runner placing these 4 items in this safe somehow managed to unlock this secret and crazy Minecraft weapon, but because it does so much damage, the runner easily one-shots the Ender Dragon. This next speedrun begins, and right away, there's something completely fake about the speedrun. Surprisingly, it didn't have anything to do with the spawn, as the world generation looked completely normal. And it also doesn't have anything to do with his game mode, as we can clearly see he's in survival with 0 XP. But let's take a good look in the top left corner of the screen, where you can spot a keystroke overlay, which for those of you who don't know, is a mod that shows exactly what buttons you are pressing on your keyboard as you're playing. So how in the world is it possible that as the speedrunner's character is moving, he isn't pressing a single button on his keyboard? And on top of that, as the runner mines wood from this tree, you can also see he isn't pressing a single button on his mouse. And both of these things mean this footage is actually pre-recorded, and this keystroke overlay is actually completely fake. And it's obvious the reason the runner did this was because he saw real speedrunners using a similar keyboard overlay, meaning he thought if he added one into his own speedrun, we would think he was a real speedrunner. But we're gonna see very soon exactly why this runner is far from real. Either way, the run starts off fairly normally, as the runner collects a bit of food from a few animals, and then makes his way to a nearby village. But that's when the runner finds a giant crater in the center of the village? What? And not only is the crater massive, but it's filled with lava and features a village house in the middle of it. Did I miss an update? Well, this village house is clearly special, so the runner obviously wants to head towards it. The problem is, he barely has any blocks in his inventory and no fire resistance to pass the lava safely. So the runner puts this village house on hold for now, where he heads to a different village house and prepares to loot a village chest. Oh, and the runner also removes the keystroke overlay, so I guess he's done pretending that he's a pro. Now, this chest is actually 100% normal, as when the speedrunner opens it, it's pretty obvious there's not a single suspicious item inside. However, it's actually what's under this chest that raises suspicion, because as you can see, there's a clear gap under the chest, and there's some sort of secret ladder there. And the runner obviously spots this too. So he breaks the chest and heads down into the strange tunnel. And while you're probably expecting the runner to find some sort of secret and overpowered loot room, what the runner instead finds is one singular button? Okay, how in the world could a button help the speedrun? Well, the runner is obviously frustrated that he just got tricked, so I guess he hits the button for fun and heads back out of the village before... What? A giant parkour course has literally spawned in the air, and it leads directly to the village house that's surrounded by lava. And not only am I shocked on how this is possible, but it's quite clear this strange button the runner located a few seconds ago is clearly what summoned this parkour course. Well, the runner starts to do the parkour, and to his credit, he does actually complete it fairly quickly. And so of course, the runner heads inside this village house. Oh my gosh! Despite this village house clearly being a normal size, when the runner opens the door, he has somehow managed to find himself inside the world's biggest village house. Am I missing something? There's no way this tiny village house is this giant on the inside. And of course, the runner frantically starts searching through the rooms in this house and easily identifies the quote-unquote loot room, which contains some of the most helpful and overpowered items for Minecraft speedrunning. And I'm starting to think this village house surrounded by lava was actually one big scheme that the speedrunner set up himself. Well, the runner collects a handful of overpowered loot from this village's loot room, where he heads back outside and starts to search for a ruins portal. And while he does locate one fairly quickly, you gotta be kidding me, this ruins portal has somehow spawned with red nether bricks instead of netherrack. And this clearly points to the runner being the one who built this portal on his own, where he accidentally chose red nether bricks instead of netherrack blocks when building. This guy's terrible at hiding his cheating. Well, with all the extra obsidian he collected from the giant village house, the runner only needs one piece of obsidian from this chest before easily completing the nether portal. But as the runner is about to spawn in the nether, pause the footage at this frame, because there's one detail which exposes his cheating in a giant way. Because if you zoom in to the left corner of the screen, you can easily spot a blaze spawner egg lying on the floor. And obviously, blaze spawner eggs don't just randomly spawn in the overworld, which clearly means this belonged to the speedrunner and he forgot to clean it up before recording. But why did he do this? Well, the runner spawns into the nether, and while I can give him credit for getting the achievement, as the runner starts to search for a fortress, he literally starts to spot blazes out in the open in a soul sand valley biome. And if you didn't know, it's literally impossible for a blaze to spawn anywhere besides a fortress. So it's pretty obvious the reason the runner had the blaze spawner egg was to spawn in extra blazes in the nether. But how could having a singular blaze in a soul sand valley possibly help him cheat? Well, first off, notice how the runner doesn't kill the blaze, which is very strange. But secondly, notice how the runner starts to travel in the nether and quite literally spots 5 other blazes in various biomes. And not only is the runner clearly following all of these blazes, but they end up directing the runner straight to a golden fortress? Oh my gosh! And first off, the reason the runner spawned these blazes was clearly to lead him to this location. But secondly, are we just gonna skip over that this speedrunner found a gold fortress? What in the world is happening? Well, the runner makes his way into the gold fortress, where he somehow still gets the achievement for entering inside. And his first order of business is clearly locating a blaze spawner. But when the runner locates it, what? Instead of finding a monster spawner, the speedrunner instead finds a chest with a label, Blaze Barrel. And somehow, despite this being here instead of a spawner, blazes are actually managing to spawn. How are they spawning without a monster spawner? Anyway, the runner goes to kill the first blaze, and while things may seem normal on the surface, as it does only drop one singular blaze rod, when the runner goes to open the chest that was clearly empty just a few seconds ago, he suddenly finds a single gold ingot inside. And does that mean that every time this speedrunner kills a blaze, a gold ingot spawns in this blaze barrel? Well, the runner continues to attack and kill blazes, where he racks up a total of 7 gold ingots in the blaze barrel. But when the runner goes to take a closer look, oh my gosh, these are not just ordinary gold ingots, but are literally called gold glimmering gems. And to start, is this a special type of gold ingot that was added in Minecraft's latest update? But secondly, make sure you remember these special pieces of gold, as they are going to be a massive part of the speedrun very soon. Well, after collecting a total of 7 blaze rods and 7 gold glimmering gems, it's pretty obvious the runner needs to locate a bastion. But as the runner leaves the fortress, what in the world? The speedrunner finds some sort of Minecraft railroad that has somehow spawned in the nether. And I'm not only incredibly confused on how this spawned here, but what is its purpose? You can clearly see a dead end at the end of the track. Well, I guess the runner doesn't care, as he's clearly interested and quickly hops into the minecart. And, as we clearly saw, this railroad does not lead anywhere besides this wall. But when the runner clicks the button on the wall to head back in the other direction, what? This railroad is now somehow heading straight to a bastion. Okay, let me replay that. There are clearly no cuts in the recording, and this speedrunner has indeed found himself straight in front of a bastion. And if anyone can explain how in the world this Minecraft railroad summoned a bastion, please let me know. Well, I guess the speedrunner manages to find a bastion in world record time, and he quickly heads inside of the structure. Now, do you remember the gold glimmering gems the runner somehow collected in the gold fortress? Well, despite the runner having 7 of them, he still decides to collect gold blocks to craft normal gold ingots. Which is weird. Why doesn't the runner simply start throwing these gems at the piglins? Well, that's because after collecting normal ingots, he grabs these gems and brings them to a crafting table, where he somehow manages to craft what? The Minecraft Mega Item Expander? Is this some sort of custom Minecraft weapon? I've never seen this before. Well, after crafting this insane Minecraft item, the runner then makes his way to a group of piglins. And yes, when the runner throws his gold at these mobs, everything looks to be normal. But that's until the runner whips out his freshly crafted Minecraft Mega Item Expander. Because what? The runner swings this item, and it literally turns his gold ingots into giant gold ingots. Look! These things are literally the size of the speedrunner. And of course, with this gold being so incredibly massive, you know the piglins aren't going to make normal trades. Because just a few of these giant gold ingots are worth 32 ender pearls and 20 pieces of obsidian. Which means the runner needed less than 12 seconds of trading to be completely finished in the bastion. Can anyone explain where in the world the runner cut this custom item? Well, the runner grabs all of his overpowered loot, where he quickly builds a portal and heads back to the overworld. What? The speedrunner somehow spawns directly in the stronghold? And not only that, because when the runner goes through this door, oh my gosh, the stronghold has somehow managed to turn completely gold, just like the fortress. But wait, this speedrunner isn't done yet, because when he locates the end portal room, oh my gosh, the end portal is quite literally made out of gold blocks with item frames on top for eyes of ender to be placed. Well, the runner places the eyes of ender in literal item frames, and if things couldn't get crazier, the end portal actually lights with some sort of custom gold texture. And when the runner jumps in the end, what? Wait a second, the end is completely normal. I was expecting the entire dimension to be made out of gold, but it looks like things are back to normal. Well, I spoke too soon, because when the runner makes his way to the surface, he notices a singular lever located on the end gateway portal, and when he flicks it, of course, now the end looks more like I was expecting and has somehow been transformed to fully gold. And just when I thought it couldn't be topped, the runner quickly starts mining various gold blocks on the surface of the end, where he then uses those blocks to craft the Golden Goose Butter Blade 67,000. What on earth? And the runner then uses this hilariously random but also insane Minecraft weapon to one-shot the Ender Dragon. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning inside a desert biome. And while spawning in a desert only has a 5 to 7% chance of happening, it's definitely not impossible, so it's completely fine. And the speedrun begins with the runner heading towards this tree to collect some wood. Hold on a second. Did you just catch that? Here, look very closely at the runner's hotbar as he's moving towards this tree. Is that a piece of steak that is glitching in his 9th inventory slot? Okay, I'm pretty sure this is simply some sort of glitch, but make sure you remember this for later in the speedrun. So, the speedrunner chops down the tree, creates a couple of tools, and makes his way towards a nearby village. But there's something very interesting about this village, because what? Not only does the runner find a shipwreck in the village, but the shipwreck has somehow spawned with a village house on top of it. And the odds of this happening are literally 0.001%. But believe it or not, this incredibly rare structure generation isn't even the craziest part. Because watch closely, as the runner makes his way towards this structure, another steak seems to be glitching in his inventory. This time in the 7th slot. And don't forget about these strange stake glitches, as they will play a massive role later in the run. So, the speedrunner heads inside the Shipwreck Village house, where unlike you'd expect, he actually finds some pretty normal loot. And after looting the village chest, he then goes to loot the shipwreck chest. But this time, the runner finds a ton of diamonds waiting for him. Now, this may seem completely normal on the surface, as diamonds do frequently spawn in shipwreck chests. Here's the problem. They actually only spawn in one specific type of shipwreck chest, which is a treasure chest. And as we can clearly see, the type of chest in this speedrun is a supply chest. And because diamonds can't spawn in supply chests, it's pretty obvious the runner placed these diamonds himself off camera. Well, the runner uses these very diamonds to craft a few tools, and he then starts to search for a ruins portal. And at face value, it may look like the runner finds one very quickly and without any suspicious activity. But let's actually rewind the footage, because the speedrunner has just exposed himself for cheating. Here, play the footage and stop. Are you kidding me? Hundreds of blocks into the sky, you can literally see 3 distinct numbers that are built out of dirt. And if it wasn't already obvious, these 3 numbers are clearly 3 specific coordinates that must be important for the speedrun. Well, let's unpause the footage, because just a couple of seconds later, what do you know? The runner has opened his F3 menu, and he's clearly looking at his coordinates. So he's obviously following the dirt coordinates in the sky. So there must be something located at this position. Well, just a few moments later, oh my gosh. These 3 coordinates happen to line up in the exact location of a ruins portal. And not only does this confirm the runner built these coordinates himself to remind him where this portal was located, but the runner then closes his F3 menu, pretending like that wasn't the exact reason he found the portal. Well, after locating the ruins portal using dirt coordinates, the runner goes to open the ruins portal chest. And this chest may look completely normal on the surface, as every item that he finds can actually spawn in this location. But take a look at the way the stake has spawned in this chest. If you look closely, you'll actually notice it forms the shape of the number 7. And yes, all of this stuff with stake could be one giant coincidence, but make sure you're keeping these in the back of your mind in case it means something later. So, the runner loots the chest, completes the ruins portal, where he then makes his way into the nether. And right away, there's already a big red flag with this speedrunner spawn, because in the bottom left corner of the screen, it's pretty obvious the runner doesn't get an achievement. And that actually means the runner has been to the nether before, likely before he started recording. But why would the runner have needed to be in the nether early? Well, let's pause the footage at this frame and take a close look at this wall. Do you notice what's incredibly suspicious about it? Well, while these vines on the wall may look innocent, they're actually completely fake. Because if you look closely, these vines are not weeping vines that usually spawn in the nether, but they're actually Minecraft cave vines that have had their color completely changed. And because it's impossible for cave vines to spawn in the nether, the only possible explanation is the runner placed them himself. But why in the world would placing cave vines in the nether possibly help the speedrun? Well, if you play the footage, notice how quickly the runner manages to locate the nether fortress. And while finding a fortress this fast is fairly common in a speedrun, the way this runner does it is completely fake. Because look, the speedrunner isn't running in a random direction at all, but rather actually following these custom colored Minecraft vines all the way to the nether fortress. And this explains it all. The runner not only placed these vines himself as a way to lead him straight to the fortress, but he purposely changed their color to red. That way they would blend in with the wall, as he was hoping we wouldn't be able to spot them. So, after following a trail of custom Minecraft finds, the runner finds himself directly in front of a fortress. And fine, I'll give the runner a bit of credit, as he does get the achievement for entering into the fortress. But things start to get suspicious once again when the runner makes his way to the blaze spawner. Well, the first batch of blazes spawns in, and the first 4 that the runner kills appear to be normal. However, let's carefully analyze this 5th blaze, which has one incredibly weird detail which raises a ton of suspicion. And do you notice it? Well, let's zoom in and look closely at this blaze's face. On a real Minecraft blaze, each eye features 1 pixel of white and 1 pixel of brown. However, in this case, this blaze has 2 brown pixels, and there is no white to be found. Which clearly means this blaze is somehow different and special than the other 4 blazes that spawned. But what about it is special? Well, when the runner goes to kill this special blaze, oh my gosh. This singular blaze somehow manages to drop an entire stack of blaze rods. And the runner was clearly who marked the blaze with custom eyes, as it was clearly the only one who could drop a full stack of blaze rods. This is insane. So, with a full stack of blaze rods to his name, the runner quickly leaves the fortress and makes his way towards a bastion. And it's not the locating of the bastion that raises suspicion at this part of the run, but it's actually this specific wall in the nether that contains item frames with steak in it. What is it with this speedrun and steak? Well, not only is it very weird, but if you look closely, it's obvious these pieces of steak form the number 4. And I'm sorry, but at this point in the run, I have no idea what any of this steak means, so just remember them for later. Well, the runner finds himself in the bastion, where he does the usual. Collects gold blocks, crafts ingots, and starts making trades with some nearby piglins. But the first batch of items the runner collects must not be good enough, because he seems to be pretty angry in the chat. And I guess this anger leads the runner to try a brand new tactic. One I haven't seen, because he quickly starts to build some sort of box which he labels the Piglin Transformer, and then leads this specific piglin inside of the strange box. Why is this poor piglin getting trapped? Well, the speedrunner wastes about a minute looking for more gold and crafting even more gold ingots. But when he returns back to his building, oh my gosh! The piglin inside the Piglin Transformer has somehow gained a full set of diamond armor. And not only that, but this piglin literally gives the runner Minecraft's most overpowered items, which includes 16 ender pearls and over 20 blocks of obsidian. And I think this means that the quote-unquote piglin transformer that the runner built out of cobblestone actually has the power to turn an ordinary piglin into Minecraft's most overpowered piglin. And if anyone can explain how in the world that just happened, that would help me out. So, with a full stack of ender pearls and more than enough obsidian, the runner quickly builds a nether portal and heads back towards the overworlds. But right away, do you notice the incredibly strange message in the bottom left corner of the screen? First off, it appears to be sent by some sort of incredibly cursed entity, and all it reads is steak_3? Okay, what is it with this speedrun and steak? Anyway, the runner spawns in, where he crafts some eyes of ender and quickly starts throwing them in the air. And it's pretty obvious the runner is using a very popular process of triangulation, one of the most common ways to locate a stronghold. But after the runner locates the correct position and starts digging down, did you notice that? Here, I'll play this clip one more time and see if you can spot what's fake about it. Well, if you play this part of the footage in slow motion, notice how the runner goes from 16 eyes of ender to 32 eyes of ender. And first off, how did this speedrunner's eyes of ender literally just duplicate? We clearly saw there were no cuts in the recording. But don't worry, this is all going to make a lot more sense in a few seconds. Well, the runner digs down, where they eventually do fall into the strongholds. And to the runner's credit, they do get the achievement for entering it. But when the runner makes their way to the end portal room, oh my gosh. Not only is the end portal room itself literally massive, but take a look at the end portal. This speedrun features the world's longest end portal. And to nobody's surprise, this giant end portal just so happens to require exactly 32 Eyes of Ender, which now explains why the runner somehow duplicated his 16 eyes just a few moments ago. Well, the runner quickly lights this massive end portal and makes their way into the end, and his spawn may look normal at a first glance. The runner has full hearts, he gets the achievement for entering the end in the bottom left corner, and the Ender Dragon clearly has a full bar of health at the top of the screen. But there's just one thing. Because when the runner turns around, he's face to face with this incredibly strange looking chest. And not only is it obvious this chest does not spawn here naturally, but when the runner tries to open it, the chest appears to be locked with a password. So how in the world is the runner supposed to get whatever item is inside the chest? Well, do you remember how I've been pointing out the strange theme of steak that has appeared all speedrun? Well, first, there was a piece of steak that was glitching in the 9th slot of his inventory. Then, another piece of steak was glitching, this time in the 7th slot. After that, the runner saw pieces of steak form the shape of the number 7. And in the nether, item frames filled with steak created the number 4. And just a few moments ago, the runner received this cursed message in the chat, which read steak_3. Well, if you take all of these numbers and put them together, you actually get a 5-digit code. So of course, when the speedrunner goes to open this locked chest, he puts in this exact combination. And not only does the chest actually unlock, but the runner finds one single item inside, which is literally called the interdimensional celestial ancient steak of the sky cow. And not only is this name hilarious, but when the runner throws it, oh my gosh, the runner has stumbled across quite possibly Minecraft's biggest steak. Well, of course, with the steak that's literally bigger than the runner himself, I think we all know that it can do some serious damage. But I didn't expect the runner to whip out this steak and one-shot the Ender Dragon. That was insane. This next speedrun begins with the runner spawning directly next to a savannah village. And right off the bat, there's already something fake about the speedrun. No, it isn't the village, as it appears to be completely normal. And it's not his world generation either, as that looked completely normal too. But let's take a very close look at the bottom left corner of the screen, where if you look carefully, you'll notice that one block looks slightly different from the rest. This is a green concrete powder block, a block that clearly can't spawn in a savannah biome, which means the runner actually placed this block himself off camera, and it's going to become extremely important later in the run. So, the speedrun begins with the runner collecting some wood, crafting himself a few tools, and heading inside the savannah village. But hold on a second, did you just catch that? Watch, as the runner is entering the village, a second iron golem spawns out of nowhere. Now, it's obviously not impossible for 2 iron golems to be in one single village, so you're probably thinking this is completely normal. However, iron golems will always spawn in villages before a player enters the world, meaning this iron golem who spawns in after the runner has already been playing is clearly completely fake. So how in the world did it magically spawn here? Well, after the runner collects a few beds and loots some chests, he accidentally reveals how he just cheated, because he accidentally opens his chat for a brief second, which reveals one of the weirdest looking commands I've ever seen. Does anyone watching this video have any idea what any of this gibberish means? Well, while this command looks completely random and impossible to figure out, there's actually one hint that reveals what it does. Because let's look at this part of the command. 1000 1048 underscore ticks. If you didn't know, 1 second in real life equals 20 ticks in Minecraft, which would mean 1048 ticks is exactly 52.4 seconds in real life. Well, let's go ahead and replay the footage of the golem spawning in and stop. At the exact moment the iron golem spawns in, the speedrun timer reads exactly 52.4 seconds. And this means this crazy random and incredibly complicated Minecraft command has the sole purpose of spawning in an iron golem at exactly 52.4 seconds. And the speedrunner is clearly the one who typed in this command, as he knew having 2 iron golems in his speedrun is a huge advantage. And the funniest part is the speedrunner just so happens to remove his timer moments after this happens, as he likely realized he might have exposed how he cheated. Well, with 2 iron golems in one village, the speedrunner is able to collect a total of 6 iron ingots. And that is very important, as it means he has enough for both flint and steel and an iron bucket. But before the runner starts to look for a lava pool like a real speedrunner would, let's take one last look at something very interesting in this village. Because on the wall of this village house, notice this singular sign that has a series of dashes and underscores on it. And first off, it's more than obvious a sign does not spawn naturally in this location. But secondly, try to remember this very weird line pattern, as it's going to be very important later in the run. So, the runner finishes collecting all the loot he needs from the village, where he finally begins his search for a nearby lava pool. Now, the iron bucket in his inventory may look completely normal, as the runner needs it to collect water and then be able to create a nether portal at the lava pool. The problem is, the runner can't seem to find a lava pool anywhere, and he's wasting a ton of valuable speedrun time. But that's when, what? The speedrunner swings this iron bucket, which somehow reveals a custom menu in the top left corner of the screen. And this menu not only tells the runner the exact biome a lava pool is located, but also the amount of blocks he is away from the lava pool. And so, of course, after the runner follows this crazy Minecraft menu, he easily locates a lava pool less than 30 seconds later. But am I the only one confused on how an iron bucket summoned a custom Minecraft menu? Was this a feature added in the newest update? Well, the runner makes his way to the lava pool, where he quickly starts using his bucket and water to create the shape of a nether portal. But it's not the portal itself that's suspicious at this part of the speedrun, but actually the right corner of the screen at this frame, because we can clearly see a Minecraft sign that features the exact same weird code that we saw earlier in the run. And make sure you are remembering this very weird Minecraft code, as again, it's going to play a massive role later in the speedrun. So, the runner makes his way into the nether, where if I have to give him credit, he does get the achievement for entering it in the bottom left corner. And on top of that, when the runner locates a nearby fortress, he also gets the achievement for entering that too. However, all of the normal stuff that's happening flies out the window when the runner makes his way to this blaze spawner. Because when the runner goes to kill this blaze, what? Along with the blaze rod, this blaze somehow drops a bucket of tadpole? What in the world? I think everyone knows a blaze does not drop this random Minecraft item. And while a bucket of tadpole is a hilarious thing to drop from a blaze, it's actually going to be incredibly important for the bastion very soon. Anyway, the runner finishes killing the rest of the blazes, which thankfully only drop blaze rods like normal, and after collecting 7 rods, he quickly leaves the fortress and starts to look for a bastion. Hold on a second. If you rewind the footage and pause it at this frame, what in the world is going on? We can see yet another Minecraft sign, which again contains the exact same message that the other 2 signs had. And while these signs clearly don't make any sense now, keep remembering them, as it's going to be crucial later in the run. Well, the runner leaves the fortress and quickly locates the position of the bastion. And while the gold blocks he collects and gold ingots he crafts are completely normal, the way the runner is going to start trading for items is the exact opposite of normal. Because do you remember the bucket of tadpole the runner somehow collected from a blaze a few moments ago? Well, the runner quickly whips it out and holds it in his hand, and when he goes to place it down, oh my gosh! This bucket of tadpole somehow generates the world's largest Minecraft tadpole? Dude, this thing is so giant that it's literally glitching between blocks. But that's not all, because despite this bastion featuring more piglins than any runner would need to trade with, he completely ignores them and instead decides to throw his gold straight at this giant tadpole. Okay, first off, I'm still confused on how in the world this tadpole is the size of a giant. But secondly, why is the runner throwing his gold at the tadpole? Anyone with a brain knows that tadpoles are not the type of mob who make trades. Oh my gosh. This giant tadpole literally throws back items at the runner, but not any items, literally blocks of obsidian and multiple ender pearls. And after only 30 seconds of trading with this giant tadpole, the runner has collected 20 blocks of obsidian and 10 ender pearls, enough of each item to continue with the speedrun. Which means despite the runner not making a single trade with any piglin, the speedrunner can make his way to the overworld. So, the runner collects all of his items from the giant tadpole, where he quickly makes a nether portal and makes his way into the overworld. But when the runner spawns into the overworld, there's one detail I noticed that raises a ton of suspicion. Because do you remember back near the very beginning of the speedrun, when I pointed out this block of green concrete powder that was randomly placed in the ground? Well, let's take a very close look at where the runner spawns in from the nether. What? It's the exact same location as his world spawn. Because look, it not only features the exact same village at the start of the run, but also the exact same piece of green concrete powder in the exact same position. And first off, spawning in from the nether in the exact position of your world spawn is basically impossible. Because after asking ChatGPT, this quite literally has a 0% chance of happening. But secondly, this block of green concrete powder must be important, because it's now the second time we've seen it during the speedrun. Well, of course, the runner wants to head towards this exact green concrete powder block, and to nobody's surprise, he starts to dig down in this exact location. And I think everybody knows this leads the runner straight into the strongholds. And while I can figure out that the speedrunner is clearly the one who marked out this location before recording, by placing down a block he hoped would blend in with the surrounding biome, what I can't figure out is how in the world his spawn from the nether is in the same location as his world spawn. This speedrun is so confusing. So, the runner enters the strongholds, where he quickly finds the end portal room, lights the portal, and jumps in. And when the runner spawns into the end, things thankfully appear to be normal, as the runner spawns in an obsidian platform like usual, and when he goes to the surface, all of the end crystals appear to be intact. However, these two details are literally the last normal things that happen in this speedrun. Because look, the speedrunner finds a strange building in the end that I've literally never seen in a speedrun. Wait a second, was this a building added in Minecraft's newest update? Anyway, the runner makes his way towards the building, but finds an incredibly strange door that doesn't look like anything from vanilla Minecraft. And when the runner tries to open it, he's faced with having to enter a passcode for the door to unlock. Now, throughout the speedrun, I've pointed out these incredibly strange signs in various random places. We first saw this sign on the side of a village house. We then saw a sign on a piece of sand when the runner was entering the nether. And finally, we saw this exact same sign as the runner was leaving the fortress. And each one of these signs contained the exact same thing. Some sort of strange pattern or code that the speedrunner has clearly been trying to remember. Well, let's head back to this strange door that the runner finds, where of course, there's only one thing on the runner's mind when he sees this passcode menu. Because using the same pattern he's seen on every single sign, he starts to copy down the exact code. And of course, this passcode is correct, and so it unlocks the door. And when he enters this room, oh my gosh! The speedrunner finds quite literally the most overpowered loot room in all of Minecraft. Wait a second, how in the world is this room so massive? From the outside looking in, didn't it look like this structure was only a few blocks wide? Anyway, after the runner's in the room for less than 15 seconds, he's already managed to collect literally every single item you'd ever need to kill the dragon. Well, after gathering all of his loot, the runner makes his way out of the room and starts to wait for the dragon to perch. But all of a sudden, the speedrunner's game lags and completely disconnects him. Interesting. Is there something wrong with this speedrunner's Wi-Fi? Well, it's no problem, as the runner simply joins back into his world. What? He's literally been killed by an Enderman? And I guess this really angered the speedrunner because he doesn't even click respawn and just cuts off the recording. This next speedrun begins, and honestly, everything seems legit at a first glance. World generation, check. Survival mode, check. The runner facing perfectly straight, also a check. But things already start to get suspicious when the runner locates a nearby village. Because I'll pause the footage here and see if you can spot the one detail which proves the runner has cheated. Well, if you zoom in to the left corner of the village, you'll actually notice that the village fountain has no water. And because it's impossible for a village fountain to spawn without water, the only possible explanation is that the runner accidentally removed it himself. And this leads me to believe that the runner was on the worlds before he started recording, which will become a lot more clear later in the run. So, the runner heads inside the village, where he quickly kills the iron golem and collects some beds to use later. But watch very closely to what happens as the runner is gathering hay. Did you see that? In the top right corner of the screen, you can literally see a second iron golem spawn out of thin air. And because a village of this size can only spawn with one golem, and the runner already killed that one golem a few moments ago, I have absolutely no idea how a second one just spawned. Well, after he's done gathering hay and crafting some bread, he of course heads towards the second iron golem. And while the golem itself is normal, the speedrunner accidentally reveals the way it spawned there. Because in the left corner of the screen, you can literally see another player, whose name is literally Iron Golem Ian, which clearly means this other player is the one who spawned in the second iron golem, also that the runner could collect more iron and gain an advantage. Well, with a second iron golem and therefore a bunch of extra iron, the runner can craft both a bucket and iron pickaxe before he starts searching for a lava pool. And the runner does find a lava pool pretty quickly, but there's something incredibly suspicious about it. Because just look, you'll actually notice that the border of the lava pool is made out of cobblestone, which is something that's impossible, as cobblestone can't spawn naturally in this part of the terrain. So how in the world did it get here? Well, if you rewind back to when we noticed Iron Golem Ian in the speedrun, let's see what he grabs after the runner kills the golem. Where if you zoom in to the bottom left corner, you can clearly see he's holding cobblestone blocks. Meaning while we weren't looking, Iron Golem Ian literally built this lava pool on his own to help the speedrunner gain an advantage. This guy needs to do a better job at hiding his cheating. So, the runner makes his way to the lava pool, where he quickly forms a nether portal and lights it. But right before the runner is about to enter the nether, let's take a look at the chat, where we can clearly see the message that Iron Golem Ian has left the world, meaning the runner is now on his own for the rest of the speedrun. But don't worry, this isn't gonna stop him from cheating in even more hilarious ways. So, the runner spawns into the nether, where I can give him credit for getting the achievement. But instead of searching for a bastion or fortress like a real speedrunner would, this player instead decides to place down a crafting table, where he starts to craft something that looks absolutely hilarious. A carved pumpkin in the middle with 4 pieces of coal at the edges. What in the world could this possibly craft? Oh my gosh. The speedrunner crafts some sort of jack-o'-lantern car, and once the runner hops on top of it, it somehow starts to move on its own. Okay, first off, was the jack-o'-lantern car a vehicle added in the newest Minecraft update? But secondly, after less than 30 seconds on this vehicle, the jack-o'-lantern car drops the runner off directly in front of a bastion. I'm not gonna lie, that was insane. Well, the runner finds himself directly in front of a bastion, where he quickly heads inside and starts to collect gold blocks. But this speedrunner decides he's not going to trade with a single piglin, which is very weird, as a normal Minecraft player will always trade with piglins, as they give valuable items for speedrunning. But instead, this speedrunner decides to start throwing his gold into lava? Okay, I'm sorry, but what strategy could this speedrunner possibly be using? Throwing gold into lava just means it's going to burn. Well, after the runner has thrown a ton of gold in the lava, he then decides to drink a single potion of fire resistance before literally jumping into the lava pool. And just moments later, oh my gosh, the runner falls straight down into a secret piglin trading room that not only has a bunch of personal piglins for the speedrunner, but these piglins have already started to make trades, and the runner collects some absolutely insane items, including a full stack of ender pearls and more than enough obsidian to build a nether portal, which means the runner wasn't actually throwing his gold into lava, but instead throwing it through the lava and into this secret hole so that the piglins could collect it. But because gold literally burns upon impact with any form of lava, I have absolutely no idea how the runner pulled this off. So, the runner collects all of his loot from the piglins in the secret trading room, where he quickly leaves the bastion and starts to search for a fortress. And while he does locate one pretty quickly, he still has a bit of a problem, as this fortress is located on the opposite side of a giant lava pool. And because the runner barely has any blocks in their inventory, how in the world is he supposed to get here? Well, the runner decides to place down a single crafting table, where he decides to craft an umbrella? Okay, wait a second. Is an umbrella even a real Minecraft item? This speedrunner has crafted some of the craziest things. Well, the runner quickly grabs the umbrella from the crafting table and equips it, where he starts to walk directly on the lava without taking a single lick of damage? Wait a second, how is this possible? He isn't even using fire resistance at all. And after walking on lava for a few more moments, the runner is able to dig up all the way into the fortress. And when he opens his inventory and hovers over the umbrella he was using, he reveals it was called the magical fire umbrella, meaning this umbrella the runner crafted literally gave him the ability to walk on lava. This speedrun is starting to get insane. So, the runner finds himself in a fortress where he does actually get the achievement for entering it. And like any normal speedrunner, he quickly locates a blaze spawner and starts to fight the blazes. But there's one thing that's incredibly strange about these blazes that I'm not sure you've noticed. So I'll give you a quick second to see if you can spot it. Well, if you zoom in on their faces, you'll actually notice that they have red eyes, which is very weird, as a normal Minecraft blaze always has brown eyes. Well, when the runner kills his first blaze with these strange eyes and sees what he drops, oh my gosh. This blaze drops a red and very scary looking blaze rod, which is definitely an item that wasn't added in the latest update. Well, despite these blazes dropping some very strange looking blaze rods, that doesn't seem to bother the runner one bit, as he collects 7 of them without hesitation and immediately leaves the fortress. But without normal blaze rods, how in the world is the runner supposed to make blaze powder, which is a crucial item in crafting Eyes of Ender? Well, right before the runner is about to build a nether portal and head into the overworld, he places down a crafting table, where he combines 7 of the red blaze blaze rods with 7 gold ingots, which somehow creates normal blaze rods. And if someone can explain whether or not this is a real crafting recipe, that would be very helpful. So, with standard blaze rods and enough ender pearls, the runner quickly built another portal and heads into the overworld, where a normal speedrunner would then begin searching for a stronghold. However, despite the runner just collecting normal blaze rods and having a bunch of pearls, he doesn't seem to want any Eyes of Ender, and instead decides to start climbing up this giant mountain. Which is very weird, as strongholds essentially only spawn underground, meaning climbing up a mountain would be a huge waste of time. Well, the runner insists on doing this and makes it to the peak, where he starts to act very strange, because the runner stands extremely close to the edge while he has a water bucket in his inventory. Okay, hold on a second. Is this speedrunner about to water bucket clutch? Why in the world would he do this? That serves no purpose. Well, all of a sudden, oh my gosh, the speedrunner jumps off the cliff. But wait a second, he's not even selecting his water bucket. He's going to die to fall damage. Oh my gosh. All of a sudden, the speedrunner whips out a glider and literally starts to glide straight into this giant ravine. And first off, since when was a glider added to Minecraft? Was it somehow included in the newest update? But secondly, the runner is clearly looking for something specific in this giant ravine, because after flying in it for just a few seconds, oh my gosh, the runner manages to find an exposed stronghold in the ravine, meaning despite him not crafting a single Eye of Ender, he's going to be able to locate the End's portal. And while that was insane, I'm still confused on whether or not a glider is a real Minecraft item. So, the runner flies towards the stronghold, where he immediately locates the End's portal room. But right before the runner is about to light the portal, did you just see how he cheated? Here, I'll replay the footage in slow motion. Did you catch that? Well, right before the runner is about to place eyes in the portal, take a good look at his hotbar, where he somehow gains 4 armor points out of nowhere, which is very strange, considering we clearly haven't seen him put on a single piece of armor. So how in the world did he just randomly gain 4 armor points? Well, after the runner lights the portal and is about to enter the End, he accidentally goes into F5 mode, where we can literally see that the runner has custom wings on him. Wait, what? There is absolutely no way this is a real Minecraft item. But either way, it's clearly how the runner was randomly able to get these 4 armor points. Well, after finding out about his custom wings, the runner finally jumps into the End, where these wings give him the ability to fly while he's still in survival mode, which not only makes it incredibly easy for the runner to break every single crystal, but he can literally fly directly towards the dragon and start attacking it. And while the runner is still in midair, he actually manages to kill the dragon. That was insane. Click a video on screen now to watch even funnier fake Minecraft speedruns.